All right, guys. Thank you so much for coming again. It is a wonderful Sunday that we're here, being the 26th of the month of January. We are pushing on, and thank you so much for joining wherever you are. Keep tweeting, keep retweeting, keep telling people, invite more people as we converse at the pressure point at the state of the nation. I see you, Mheshimiwa Reuben Kigame. I know you're a president candidate last time and this time. Thank you so much for joining. Everybody tweet our, our, our space. Tell people that we're here to talk about what is happening in our country. I see you, Ronyo. I see you. Everybody, thank you so much for joining at this point, being the 26th of the month, 26th day of the month of January as we winding up. I see you, Abdi. And everybody else, keep on retweeting as we are here to have this conversation today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Feel welcome. We are starting in the next 5 minutes. Yep, we are starting our space in the next 5 minutes. So 5 past time we'll be starting. Yes, Abdi, how are you doing today? Abdi, can you hear me? Abdi, I can't hear you.
Hillary, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. How are you doing?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. I can hear
Thank you,
you.
thank you, thank you. Yes, let's begin now. And I see Honorable Reuben. Welcome, Honorable Reuben. And thank you again, Hillary, for hosting the space. We'll do the opening statement shortly.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ronyo, happy Sunday. I
Hi, Hillary. Can you hear me?
can hear you, bro. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you for holding the space, and I'm grateful to be here.
Yes, sir.
Uh, yes, happy Sunday, and I will give my my opening remarks in a few minutes.
Right. Thank you so much. Odul, how are you doing?
I'm good.
Yes. How is your Sunday?
My Sunday was good.
Uko salama lakini.
Niko salama.
Karibu sana. Karibu sana. We're happy to see you. Paul, how are you doing? Paul says Nyonga.
Senyonga, I'm your proud representative on the space from Uganda. The only Ugandan,
Oh,
I think, on this space.
thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us from Uganda. Yeah. Happy to see
It's
you,
a
man.
pleasure. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, invite more Ugandan to join.
Sure.
and, yeah, Honorable Reuben Kigame, you can have a mic. You can have a mic. Dr. Milton, I see you. Thank you so much for joining. Welcome on board as we talk about the state of the nation. Many things are happening, and we want to talk about it. So the withdrawal of the security of CJ. We are seeing so many things happening around. Many people will be joining at this point, and we'll have that conversation around what is happening in our country. Uh, where are we then heading to? Such things. Yes, Dr. Milton, how are you doing today? How's your Sunday? Being
My
26.
Sunday is good. We thank God for another week that
Yes,
has
sir.
started. Just the usual grind and, the frustration and disappointment of seeing what is happening in our country. It's been a tough week, but, when you talk about a lot of these things that have happened, some of us talked about them weeks ago, especially on the issue of a plan to hound out the Chief Justice and weakening the judiciary. All this is coming to play out. And I think this week I am more inclined and even angrier kusema tu kweli. Hiyo nchi hatuna nchi tena. William Ruto just has to go. We can't. 2027 is way too far. And I think the sooner Wakenya tunakubali hivyo, the better. We have to get him out. He has to leave. There is no security of tenure. I mean, for me, I'm focused more on that, not on the side shows that we are being treated. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing what other Kenyans think and us getting to. If you're a believer in the Bible, you know that axe, iron sharpens iron. So, more than anything else, I am here to make sure that I inspire fellow Kenyans into believing that we must be able to take decisive action against this crop of political leadership because it is hurting the country and we can't afford to allow them an extra day. So, thank you, Hillary. Thank you, everybody, for joining. If we can invite many other people, let's make this the biggest political rally every week in Kenya's modern day history without dishing out money to people in the name of attending rallies to sing the praise and worship choir. So, thank you, and good to see Comrade Reuben Kigame here, Ronyo, Abdi, um, and everybody else. Um, let's keep talking, let's keep engaging, let's keep sharing this space so that many more people can join. So that,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. See, happy to see you all the time. Yes, comrade Maverick Aoko, I see you. Thank you so much. You can have a mic. Prof. Chi, I see you, the villager. That is Patrick Mongera. Thank you so much, guys, for joining. Keep Arap Mok. Thank you so much. Keep on retweeting the space. As we start our conversation at this moment, I was giving that open remarks for 7 minutes. Abdi, I think you can give an open remark. Then we can welcome all the speakers to come on board. Now we start our conversation. Remember to follow each other. Remember always to keep the conversation more based issues. We have two language to speak about. We have only two language to use. That is Swahili or English. The one that, the language that all of us can understand. That is better. I see comrades, many comrades are joining today. Thank you so much, guys, for coming to the pressure point. Always, we are here every Sunday to make sure that we keep the government on course and what they are doing right, what they are not doing right, and the current regime uh, is really serving us or not. You know, these are the things that we discuss going forward. So, Abdi, go ahead. I know many people have issues they want to talk about today. Abdi, it is only me who cannot hear you or what? When I see you. Milton, can you hear? Ronyo, can you hear Abdi?
No, I can't hear him.
Yeah, Abdi,
I,
you're
I
so
can't
quiet.
hear you, Hillary.
Yeah. Yeah, Abdi, you have a connection issues. So check your connection issues, your connection, then you can come back. You have check your mic, check your network and everything. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, come on the speaker as we start our conversation. I see Honorable Reuben Kigame. I know many people knows him, and if you don't know him, last time also he wanted to vie for the presidency, but I think due to papers and everything happened. But I want to welcome uh, uh, Mwalimu. I know he's a teacher, he's a preacher, he's doing a lot of things on his own life. But I want to welcome you at this point, Honorable Kigame, on the things that is happening in our country. We see who's that? Okay, we see the security of CJ was withdrawn. We are seeing so many things happening in our country. Abduction is still going on. Judiciary is not respected. Be. Um, what is happening? What is your take on all these things? Is this regime, are they doing what they promised us when they were campaigning, or they are not doing the things that is? We don't see that they're obeying the law since even the deputy president was impeached. in a manner that they don't follow the rule of the law. What do you think all these things are, Rebel Kigame, as you give your open remarks? Welcome on board. Rebel Kigame, can you hear me? Right. People have issues with Ronyo.
Yeah, can you hear me
Go
now?
ahead. I can hear you very well. Thank you so much. I can hear you.
Good. Thank you so much, Hillary. I would like to begin by raising a complaint about you and
Go
several
ahead.
others that believe or tend to imagine that Reuben Kigame attempted to run for president and somehow his papers were not right and all that jargon, because that is state language and you have all bought into that language.
I'm sorry.
So we need to put some things straight here,
Yeah, I'm sorry
because
about that.
number one, we need to ask some fundamental questions, and the fundamental questions are: does Reuben Kigame have a degree? Because they wanted a degree for a presidential candidate to qualify. I have more than one, and I want it to go on the record so that this jargon stops once and for all. Number two, you needed to be cleared by EACC. And you're cleared by EACC on the basis that you have either had a criminal record or you have done something that would disqualify you from running for office. I did not have a criminal record, and I don't have one even now. So that would automatically qualify me to run. Thirdly, I need to be above 18. I am only 9 months apart there is 9 months apart between me and Ruto, me being his senior by 9 months. You needed to get signatures from majority counties. And by majority, it means 24 out of the 47 counties. You needed at least 2,000 signatures of your supporters. Now, I had more than 2,000 from 27 counties. And I showed the media, and I hope each of you saw the booklets, the big booklets that I had in 2 big trunks. I showed those to the media. Evidence of my signatures that were rejected by Chebukati and IEBC. He wouldn't take them. And I was kept there from 1 o'clock until 11 at night at Bomas, only to be told that I was disqualified. So disqualified before they received those. Now, you all know that they introduced another requirement, and that is that we needed to collect people's IDs. That was quashed in petition E160. So it didn't apply. You know, a lot of people keep floating the fact that Reuben Kigame did not fulfill this, did not fulfill that. What is it that we needed to fulfill that we did not fulfill? I mean, there's no way I can run for president by just wishing. No, you would have to qualify. And in any case, there are other issues. So the real reason, you know, there are stated reasons and then there are real reasons why someone is blocked. And I think now it's extremely obvious to everybody that one of the reasons why I was blocked was the church vote. You introduced me as a preacher, as a musician, all of that. I come from the church angle. And I was going to destroy the church votes for President William Ruto. I'm not saying I would have won the election, but I would have reduced his church-dependent votes. But I was also going to have votes from persons living with disability. In the IEBC register, there are 1.7 million registered voters that are PWDs. I'm not saying I would have gotten all of those. But if you remember, the difference between Ruto and Raila was 200,000 votes. Are you telling me that between um, the PWD votes that I could garner and the church votes, we could not make 200,000 votes? So this is the problem. And so the fear was a rerun. And that's why I was actively blocked. We haven't even talked about the youth vote because my strength is the youth. And a lot of them refused to register. In fact, if I would tell you bluntly, the persons that won the election were those who did not vote, more than 8 million. So anyway, I just needed to keep this record straight so that we don't keep going back to Kigame wanted, wished to, and somehow he did not make it. No, I was blocked. And to show you that it was an active blockade, and this is part of the things we should be talking about because IEBC has not been constituted and they play around with that. That's where the monster is. I need you to know that the game of bungling elections is really it happens at the IEBC. And so I want it to go on record, and there are lawyers here. I hope that you pick up this particular point. So Justice Mrima ruled on the 18th of July 2022 that I should be included on the ballot. And he ruled that in petition E275. So 2 days later, Chebukati and IBC went to the Court of Appeal, believe you me or not, to stay that judgment. And you may know that Justice Mrima was moved from Milimani courts to Kitale. You need to all know that. 3 days after he ruled on my case. If you doubt, ask him. He's been operating in Kitale. So if that was not punitive, tell me what is. So that's a long story. So now I took them to the Court of Appeal because the process was, I took them to the Supreme Court because the process, of course, was illegitimate, and the 4 so-called candidates were cleared with a lot of questions. The process was not correct, as Justice Maraga had indicated. The process is important in the 2017 ruling. So now, I want us to point fingers and have our attention on the right buttons. The buttons are really about IEBC and the abuse of power by the executive. And we could go on and on and on. So coming to the state of the nation, I need us to change perspective a little bit. Because we all know what is going wrong. That we do know. We all know that every single day we wake up to another thing gone wrong. So what is going wrong is not actually my worry. It might even accelerate because it seems like this regime is committed to nothing but destroying our country so that it's unmanageable. And then people either revolt or result into all these ethnic camps and so on and fight or whatever. It's survival techniques on the part of the regime. The real revolution actually took effect in June last year when the Gen Zs went to the streets, and not only Gen Zs. Media reported about 25 million Kenyans were out there on the streets. Basically saying they don't like the direction the government, the country is going, and the fingers are pointing to the executive. The executive was using the finance bill and all of that to sanction the destruction of the country and the economy of the country in particular. And so I want us to focus on way forward. I mean, like, how do we get out of this mess? And Comrade Miguna has, I think, among all those that have been talking about the way forward, I think he's the most focused on the line of action. Because you cannot act benevolently with a dictator. You cannot act kindly, as in, tolerate any more exploitation and destruction of the country. So we've got to put all hands on deck in order to turn things around. And if a clique of people, less than 2,000 people, are against 55 million people, then it's incumbent upon 55 million people to come together. If you're drowning, you don't begin to think where the sandwiches are on the boat. If you're having an air crash, you don't look for your bags. You don't count, how much change you have in your pocket. You treat, survival as a rescue operation. What we need in Kenya is a rescue operation. And it's upon all those progressives and those who want change to ditch their, little differences here and there and come together for the salvation of the country. It's not a one-man show. It's not Kigame. It's not Miguna. It's not Hillary Gondi. No. It's all of us coming together and everybody taking a position and standing against oppression. That is where our effort needs to concentrate, not on which new headline has come to bear on, in the media. So all these side shows, withdraw the CJs, security, or Gashagwa this, and the Luo Nation that, and the Rift Valley this, and the Luya that. All these are side shows in order to distract us from the main cause. And we need to stay our eyes on the goal. What is our goal? To throw off shackles. You don't throw shackles by sitting down to negotiate with the one who's putting shackles on you. And so that is something I would want to put across very strongly, that we need an emergency operation to come together the way firefighters fight fire in order to get out of a tragedy. But let me finish by mentioning two things, because these are opening remarks. And I want to make a couple of comments on the tragedy of lost values in our country. Every time we talk about values, people think, it's these Christians trying to say we need to be good people and all of. No. It's about fidelity to the Constitution and the law. It's about foundational principles without which we cannot run government or any society. And those are clearly articulated for us in Article 10 of our Constitution. Chapter 6 puts out a lot of information on integrity and qualification for leadership. And even if you were to go into the public sector and so on, Article 232 is very clear on what should be happening in the public sector, in the workplace. So it's not lack of values. It's that we have thought these things called values to be dispensable. We think we can do without them. That we can run the economy, we can run the executive, parliament, audit reports and all of that without appeal to values. You can't. In fact, Article 10 says that you cannot even make decisions in government without the fundamental values listed there. You cannot. You cannot even do planning without those values in place. Now, those are insofar as the Constitution and the law in general give to us as a country. But I'm a bit worried about what I would call personal values, because these are the ones that will tell us whether you can actually perform fidelity to the law or not. So, and I want to give you a perfect example using the so-called previous opposition. The guys that were, with Honorable Raila Odinga and the rest in ODM, and they were considerably playing, I would say, role-playing the aspect of checking the government, excesses and so on. So they were the official opposition, so to speak, for argument's sake. Now, so when you see people that were formerly in that space come into government and behave and argue and reason like stooges of the executive, then the fundamental question is not whether one has positions in government or not. It is that you can't trust them. Because if they were against abductions before, and now seem to say, because we're in government, you need to understand why the government is abducting, then it means that they are people without principles. And C.S. Lewis used to call them men without chests. If you read The Abolition of Man, men without chests, because you have no, moral muscle to be able to distinguish between what is right and what is not right, what is good and what is not good. And so if you hold a position and you are valueless, or you are a man or woman without chest, that is a tragedy. And so it's no longer, something I can say without pain in my heart, that as Kenyans we need to look at the character of the individual. You know how they have been in high school and college and the workplace where they have worked, what kind of testimonials people have on them. And by virtue of the past record and meritocracy that comes with it, then decide who we can trust with leadership and who we can't. It's not about rhetoric. It's not about answering questions right in a debate. It's about whether we actually are people with chests or without. And so I'm very worried about that. Because the way we are going, it would seem to me that come the next election, some people are still going to take money from these politicians that have been exploiting us. That some people are still going to play dirty party politics. And I would say, for example, the parties in Kenya really are ideology-less. So that today you wonder if somebody moved from one party to the other, are they moving into that party because the party has ideology or because it's an opportunity to get into office? So I'm very worried about values. But the second thing, and maybe the last thing I'll say in my opening remarks, is that I am extremely worried about the economy, because the measure of the health of any nation or society is whether the people in that society can put food on the table, whether they can go to work and come back home in the evening with a loaf of bread for the family. It is whether they are able to travel. I'm on the road now. I'm observing. It's a Sunday evening in Kenya, and it used to be that the highway I am on now used to be a beehive of traffic. It's empty. It's empty. I mean, people are having to think, should I travel, should I not? And that, of course, puts down, it brings down incomes and the power of the shilling, for example. Now, so I'm worried about the economy because the government seems to play down a lot of things that are going wrong. For example, since 2023, we know that we have been operating without a budget. The 2023 budget was in dispute. The 2024 budget was rejected. In fact, we rejected it. And so what they did was introduce what we call supplementary budgets, whatever that means. So budgetary expenditures on top of a rejected budget. And now nobody really knows what we are dealing with regard to income and expenditures and the projections that go with it. Are we, in fact, because both 2023 and 2024 budgets were in dispute, how do we even move to project the 2025-2026 budgets with all that baggage behind us? The issues have not been addressed. So I looked at the projections that were sneaked onto my desk, and they seem to be pushing it from the 3.9 trillion margin, they're pushing it to 4.32. without even being able to account for the actualization of the 3.9 budget. And by the way, the 3.9, was just floated. The figures were oscillating all the way into the 4 point. So we make all these budgetary projections and even project what we are going to raise without looking at how we are going to raise the money. And then, of course, you have the issue of odious debt. That has been on the table for a while because we are paying for what we did not spend, what we did not do. And, given a chance to be your president, I mean, this would be a critical starting point because we know who borrowed what under Eurobond 1, 2, all these all these scandals. We even know who stole what and who was in charge. For example, at Kemsa, I'm seeing, them bringing back Mutahi Kagwe into government before he could answer questions about what happened to the Kemsa billions that were lost. This is a country that laughs and scoffs at scandals, at financial misappropriations.
We can't hear you.
When
Reuben
I look
Kigame.
at the
Your network is breaking now. I think, Ronyo, can you hear him?
No, I think his network has an issue.
Yeah, I think, I think he will come again. Maybe he's speaking, but he didn't realize that. I think, if you can hear us, we are very sorry, Honorable Kigame, to mention that maybe you were tempting, but we know that you were very serious of being a president of Kenya in last election, but you were denied a chance to vie. And the reason you know very well, you have mentioned them very well. We are sorry about that. But you have mentioned few things about the state of the nation, that what is needed unto us, that we need to stand against the oppression that is happening at the moment. We need to do away with the sideshows. We need to focus and we need to work together as a team. We need not to have several teams, but we need to have a team if we want this government out of the, um, or we need a good governance about our country. If we don't do that, then, guys, it seems that we are doing nothing. And he mentioned so many things. He mentioned that men without a chest are not men. Okay, he meant people. Yes, yes, Kigame, you back. Can hear you now. You mentioned several things there, but I want to welcome Comrade Maverick. Before Milton comes in, Abdi, I'm trying to get you back. I don't know what is happening. Maverick, how are you doing today? How is the Sunday? Happy New Year. How are you doing? Maverick, can you hear me?
Hey, Hillary, I lost you or you lost me. I don't know at what point, though.
Yeah, yeah. When you mentioned the last point, then
On the economy?
yes, then you disappeared from there.
Yeah, so let me just say my last phrases there. I'm worried about the government lying to us that the government, the economy is improving. Of course, first of all, looking at the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics figures, I'm wondering whether we can really say that the economy is improving when the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics figures themselves indicate that we dropped from 5.6 to 4.6, 5.6 in 2023 to 4.6 in 2024. But then I was really curious to realize that, for example, they are saying there has been a drop in cement production, and this is the time they're saying they're really building a lot of affordable houses and so on. et cetera, et cetera. And when it comes to manufacturing and so on, I can see, um, you know, the government proud about manufacturing more iron sheets and so on. And at the same time, they're saying there is a drop in, the assembly of cars and stuff like that. So I'm actually wondering who is fooling who, or are we just going to that age-old question of lying with statistics? So I think I'll come back later. Let me yield for now.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable, and we really appreciate your presence and also your contribution to this space. Comrades, welcome. I see many requests, and thank you so much for joining. Share the space. Let us talk about all these issues, what is happening. We really appreciate everybody who is here. Maverick Aoko, before I give you Dr. Milton. Maverick, are you around? Comrade, are you here? Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. Hi, Larry.
Hi, how are you doing? Good evening.
Good evening to you.
Yes, happy to see you. Welcome on board on the day 26th of January.
Yeah, and there should be limit to the greeting of Happy New Year. Today you've mentioned is what? 26th.
26th of the year.
Newborn.
26th the day of January. So it is my first time to see you this year. So it is important to say Happy New Year. Yes,
It's
welcome
our
on board. Yeah.
greetings.
Thank you. Welcome on board. What do you think, Aoko, of the things that is happening on we have seen several things happening with this regime. What is your take? Actually, the few happenings of recently that we have seen the judiciary securities being slashed, and CJ is saying that the security is somewhat withdrawn. What is happening? What is happening with our state? How do you see the economy? They say that things will go down. We are seeing just things are just going up.
Let me just start by saying a warm good evening to fellow comrades who have joined this space. And commend Reuben Kigame for his eloquence and his clarity of thought, and his cerebral wherewithal, man, is admirable. And to think that we jinxed such kind of man for someone like the Sugoi Buta. Anyway, I'm not an intellectual, so I'll not go his route. I'm a maverick. So here's my take. Number one, on the withdrawal of the security of our Chief Justice. Let me pose it categorically that I have zero empathy, zero sympathy, zero concern for that woman at the helm of our judiciary. You see, the squabble between Ruto and Martha Koome Karambu is a fight amongst the dishonorable. Under Kasongo, the executive is a sham. Under Koome Karambu, or whatever they call her, the judiciary is a joke. That is why they are being referred to as jurispresa. Just recently, they used her on the impeachment of, Gachagua, and she got her bahasha. You see? If you go back to my tweets, I stated clearly the genesis of their recent fallout. It's got nothing to do with intimidation. It has got everything to do with a phone call that NIS intercepted. I mean, I make some of these tweets and people think that I'm mad because facts are always stranger than fiction. When in a society, the so-called mad people like Aoko, like Peter Salasia, like Pastor Nganga, like Sonko begin to make sense, then something rather is fundamentally flawed with that society. You see, come to think of it, when I heard Murkomen defending why they withdrew some of Koome's security that she was wailing about, apparently she's entitled to 6 police officers and she was having 32. Out of those 32, only 3 were withdrawn. And then you wonder, that is why as an ordinary Kenyan, you go to the police station to report an injustice, a grievance. You find 2 idling police officers flirting with each other, and they cannot even listen to you because the rest are in the field, on duty in the field. So this duty happens to be they are carrying handbags, and playing toy boys for some of these VIPs. And then the rest of us Kenyans, she expects that we are supposed to, scavenge some sense of sympathy for her. I mean, it does not make sense, But then, come to think of it, be as it may, the state under Ruto has gone staggeringly contemptuous. We are no longer even a pseudo-democracy, we are a mockery, a theater of the absurd, a tragicomedy. If it was not so, the animals between these two independent arms of the government should not be playing in the public gallery. Why should we know that they are squabbling in the first place? To the extent that the executive is withdrawing, security from this other arm, the judiciary. It happened with also this judge called who? The one who summoned the acting IG at that time. And then you wonder, kwani these police officers that are being withdrawn at the whims of the executive, of the IG, or the interior CS, kwani wanalipwa kutoka Sugoi? Are they not being paid through our taxes? Wanalipwa na Murkomen, ama wanalipwa na IG? These police officers are being paid by our money. Anyway, just like I mentioned, I have zero empathy and sympathy and concern whatsoever for Karambu. Martha Koome elected to be clay, a party in the hands of Kalenjin mafia, to be used and misused. So now that she's being abused, she should not cry to us. What you thought? On an issue that is very close to my heart, abductions. And this is one discourse I'm very passionate, very unequivocal about because I've been a victim. Let's start by asking a simple question, dear Kenyans. Who is being abducted or killed? It's the critics of the ruling class, who happen to be majorly the young people of this nation. The following question, or this question thus follows: why are they being abducted? Why are we excoriating? Why are we lambasting? Why are we vilifying the ruling class? I do not want to call them leaders because it will be a gargantuan affront to that term, leader. These are not leaders. That is why I'm calling them the ruling class. Why are we crucifying them, this ruling class? Again, the answer is so simple. Because as the youth of this nation, we are aggrieved profoundly. We are aggrieved in ways words cannot suffice. And for some reason, those who tend to speak subtly, those who tend to speak, moderately, are not heard by the state. Ruto's regime, my dear friends, is innately fiendish. They are inherently iniquitous. They only hear. And they only hear when you draw caricatures. They only hear when you protest, when you draw cartoons, when you brew tea like Aoko does, when you come up with vampire diaries like Morara does, or when you put them in caskets and coffins. Please note that I use the word they hear. They do not listen. Because you hear to react, but you listen to respond. Response is a consequence of sitting down and analyzing the situation at hand. Watoto, hii kitu wanafanya kwa nini? And how should we respond? But reaction comes from impulse. When you are a fool, because that is what fools do. Take, for instance, the contentious Finance Bill 2024. They wanted to smuggle it because they wrongly adjudged that we are illiterate, we are apolitical, we don't know politics, we will not read it, So they believed that we will not notice this stark fiscal injustice. All the while, we read it, Not only did we read it, we understood it. And then we were like, nah, apana. We repudiated this document in its entirety. And then we tried to pass that message to them. Ikitu hatuitaki. We made tweets. We made videos. I saw this casket thing was absolutely nowhere in the picture. I hope you're getting my point, dear Kenyans who are listening to this space. Because I told them today, I'm going to tell them why we are putting them in caskets. We tweeted, we tagged them, we held spaces, we made videos, we spoke to them. We even lent our voices on mainstream media. Wakatuona kama pudeshi za masazao. Guess what? Akina Osoro, that arrogant wash will tell us, we will not even change a comma. Tutaipitisha hivyo hivyo. Akina Cheriot told us he's never met anyone wiser than Ruto. And that bill will transform Kenya, help us pay debt, blah, blah, blah. According to hornbills like him, Ruto is the alpha and omega of wisdom, only rivaled by God. He monopolizes knowledge and it will amount to an abomination. An abomination if you dare question Ruto. This is the kind of Mtuwetu syndrome that in fact tukiwa just requires a ravi. In fact, I wanted to use decorum on this platform, but I will today want to ask Cheruiyot, because Ruto monopolized wisdom. Akimwambia leo leta bibi yako pale Weston, atachukua peleke, because he's the alpha and omega of wisdom. Kimani Chungwa told us we can go screw ourselves. That bill will pass, whether we kithni, whether we ndekni, that bill will pass. It is that hubris, that haughtiness, that arrogance, that conceit that took us to the streets. Because they blatantly refused to listen to us. They blatantly refused to dialogue. We had to go rogue to catch their attention. Then, now that we went rogue, what was their reaction? Splattering our brains on the pavements. So by the time they were calling us for dialogue, the milk was far spilled. And the cat had drunk it. So to spite us, they brought in a dinosaur and his cabal of thieves to lick our blood. What these tone-deaf thieves failed to understand that ikitu haikuanza na ECG finance bill. When Ruto was campaigning, and oh my God, there is one of the things that I regret to the depths of my soul, that eats and gnaws to my very essence and existence, is that I campaigned for Ruto. I was a fool. For once, let me admit, I was an idiot. But I was also ignorant. And our ignorance is to gain knowledge. You learn. And sometimes in life, you learn the hard way. And Ruto has taught us the hard way. Right now, we will interrogate issues deeper. Si ati mtu akienda kanisani aanze kulia, we are giving him sympathy votes. Tutafanya, tutatenga. Ruto promised us sucrose and delivered sand. Oh, the first 90 days, sijui 100 days, I will do this. Paukwa, pakawa, ya Ruto, ni uongo, na yawezi je, ni ya serikali ya UDA. For 2.5 years, Ruto's regime has denied us justice. They have denied us equality or equity from whatever angle, semantics, potato, and the rule of law. Nothing, absolutely nothing is working. Everything that was working has been dismantled. And now, what we have are new, cash cow schemes. That is what I would call them. Cash cow schemes which are being forced down our throats. You know, in Luo, I don't know, everyone, we appreciate our different cultures. But in Luo, you know, when a kid refused to take his meals, we used to call it cargo. You force that uji down that kid's throat. That is what Ruto is doing to us with his, fake administration. NHIF was working. It wasn't perfect, but it served its purpose. Education was affordable to our parents because it was capitated. Mwe mzazi unalipa hii mpaka hapa. Hiyo ingine serikali italipa. Unachukua uniform, vitabu, nini na fee maybe hii. Hiyo ingine serikali na top up. Right now parents are catering for every freaking cent. Mara sijui anataka kuuza airport. Mara the energy sector. And anataka kuziuza to the most corrupt cow worshipper in the entire Asia. If you go to higher learning, there is this fuckery that they are calling new funding model. Yani, these people are bringing policies that tax the hell out of us just so their kids can buy 50 million Ganyas. You see, when a people are continuously denied justice, they get aggrieved. I mean, that's the logical thing that will happen. And what follows is display of agitation. If you are aggrieved, you are going to display that you are aggrieved. Right now, what they are doing painfully is that they are trying to circumvent facts. They are trying to circumvent their failure through violence and through using affordable bloggers, who are just nothing but a bunch of clickbait nitwits, to chorus their lies and sanctify their incompetence. Wacha niwaambie, you see, even in your house, ukiona bibi ameanza kufura, ameanza kupika skuma badala ya mchuzi, ameanza kulala na t-shirt ya Jubilee tena, na hizi stocking wanafunga kwa kichwa ya goat wives yenye inanuka jasho. Ukimpiga because she's doing that, utavunja hiyo ndoa. You'll make it irreparable. Kalisha yeye chini, ask mama watoto, sweetie, shida ni nini? Tuzungumze, tuongee, tutatue. Utapata shida ni kitu kidogo that you can solve. Kitu kidogo that you can sort out. Maybe aliangalia message yako kama umeenda bafu akaona umetumia some Irene M-Pesa. Turns out maybe your Irene is your niece. So it's just a misunderstanding. Sasa Ruto, reaction yake is that husband wenye bibi akifura anampiga, anavunja ndoa. Badala aone shida iko hapi. Why are we putting him in caskets? Why are we aggrieved? Why are we angry? Why are we wishing him death? Anatupiga, to threaten, anatuua. I mean, now wameleta hii El Chapo, anatuambia juzi ati anaweza funga social media. They have been claiming social media is being misused and abused. I mean, come on, social media is an integral part of modern African democracy. This is not the days of beating drums and sending smoke signals, Bwan. The world has evolved. In fact, those of us who studied journalism as first certificates, we are worried. We've had to go for other courses like conflict and political science because AI is making us extinct as writers. The only difference between us, human writers, and AI rather, is that we bring some passion, some emotion. Unaona hii kuchemka na chemka, hii huwezi pata AI. And that is how I also write. Probably that is the only difference. Now, through social media, we are getting socially, economically, and politically enlightened. Now, the biggest enemy of a typical and egg-type African politician is an enlightened and learned population. Because we are not subservient to them. Na hiyo ndio inasumbua Ruto. now at work. We are not subservient. We question things. And allow me use this wife analogy again. Ukipata bibi yako na degree yake alafu mweke kwa nyumba ulale nje siku mbili. Alafu kuje you expect ati amekuchemshia maji moto, amekuwekea hapo food. Atakwambia, excuse me, sit down. Where were you? Where were you for 2 days? Why were you not picking your calls? Because ameenda shule and she knows her rights. Si mwenye utakokota class 3 huko village mwenye utalala nje siku 3 alafu ukirudi ati Duogo umerudi excuse us. Basi hiyo ndio shida yetu na hii administration. They think we owe them some genuflection. We need to kowtow to their whims and I mean, it doesn't happen like that. Huh? Now we are being Christians that we are unpatriotic. Kenyans on social media, especially TikTok and X, we are a menace, we are mannerless. Ruto spoke publicly in Homa Bay and said he'll stop abductions, provided that our parents teach us manners. Which manners? What are the perimeters of gazing manners? Omera, listen. The likes of Wangari Maathai stripped naked to protest injustice. The Moi regime saw it as mannerlessness. But eventually, she helped protect our environment and our democracy. Besides, we learned our mannerlessness from them. Oh yes, we learned from the best. If that Dadaab thing, when Yalioa, a 13-year-old girl and got elected with mere 3K votes, stands in front of Kenyans and mentions Baba Zetu, ati kwani hiyo kiti ni ya mama yenu, hiyo kiti ni ya baba zenu, kuma nina zenu. Excuse me, how are you supposed to respect those kind of people? Now, he was saying this right in front of Ruto, who did nothing. In fact, if anything, I caught a grin on his lips. He was smiling. He was enjoying it. Viongozi wetu hawana heshima. Viongozi wetu hawana nidhamu. Viongozi wetu hawana utu. Sudi akipanua mdomo, utadhani ni zile takataka za City Market akaja ameshindwa kubeba. Na hizo meno kama algebra, x minus y is equal to z. Kazi ni kututisha. Nikipewa hiyo docket siku 3. Busy making very inflammatory videos and remarks. Someone who cannot even write his own name. Could not even read his oath of office, boy. Hajawahi fungua mdomo bunge. Recently, alikuwa rewarded na sijui honorary PhD. Ndio tumuite Dr. Sudi. Look at such things. As a graduate mwenye amekaa 4 years in university. Ama as a mtu anawania PhD. Do you know PhD venye ni ngumu kupata hii Kenya? Unabembeleza lecturer hivi ni kama unatongozana na yeye. And then Kimani Chuonga has a sewage lodged inside his mandibles. Kuongea tu mefi. If you're a graduate of international relations or diplomacy, maybe now uko na certificate or diploma, or it was when you want tunaita huko ati double whatever, uko na umechukua diplomacy and communication or IR and international relations and communication. Then unaona Shalin Ruto is the one representing youth in UNGA, UN. Huko New York, talking about swimming lions and digital farming. Na yeye kitu alisomea ni Mascom. Utasikia aje? Anakurepresent as who? If it's not by the fact that yeye ni daughter wa president. What experience does she have in diplomacy or IR? To represent you? What does she understand about what the Kenyan youth is experiencing? By the time alikuwa anazaliwa, Ruto was already getting money. Uko na masters, unaendesha nayo nduthi. While George Ruto ako na fleet of nganya at only 25. Alitoa wapi pesa? Nani alimpea loan? Sisi mbona hatupati hizo loan? Ukiteta unashikwa. Why can't they also help us young people? Hata see we want to own matatus. Tell us, form a circle as this group, and then you give us a loan. Hata tutaki tupatie vitu za bure. Who told you Kenyans want freebies? Give us a loan. Cause hii Hustler Fund, kitu unapewa ni 500. 500 hata iwezi nunua condom. Cause hata free condoms they are not giving these days. I'm telling you. These are the things that are making us mad. Na si ati gava hawana pesa. They have money. The wastage in government is mind-boggling. Rather, oh my God. I'm so upset. Juzi, they dragged an elderly and sick woman straight from an hospital. Her only mistake was telling Baraza. By the way, this name Baraza Waluya. There's that Didmas Baraza, a caricature of a human being. There's this Baraza, Ako Ministry of Health. Now this mama's only mistake was telling Baraza to her face that SHA is not working. I'm telling you, if you watch that video, kama ni mama yako alikuwa anakuwa dragged hivyo at her old age na ni msick. Ametolewa hospitali, si hata ametolewa kwa nyumba akipumzika, akisikia muziki rumba. From the hospital, dragged by a plethora, a litany of police officers, for the only crime of saying SHA is not working. Hutaweka Ruto kwa casket. Kama huyo ni mama yako. Hutaweka Ruto kwa casket. If your family member, if you have ever experienced the dysfunction of SHA, your family member has been stranded in the hospital or has died because of it, hutaweka hao ghasia kwa casket. If you are a comrade, help has delayed. Kwangu amejaza DM yangu hivi. Aoko, help hatujapata. Aoko. It was just a few months ago. Help delayed for I don't know how long. They were thronging. Nilikuwa naamka hivi. DM kama 100. Comrades. Aoko, help. Help haijakuja. Help haijakuja. It's been delayed. Which means you are not surviving as a comrade. Which consequently mean your poor mother and father back in the village wanaenda kuuza shamba. You see that shamba that you are supposed to inherit ukimaliza campus. Wanaenda kuiuza ndio wakupatie pesa you survive nayo in campus. Tell me dear Kenyans, hutaweka mtu kwa casket? Tell me. Hutaweka atianga new funding model? They promised us jobs, right? Through bottoms up. Part of the reason I believed them foolishly, and I've admitted, and I'm repenting for my foolishness. Right now, what are they doing? They are shipping us to modern slavery in Arab countries. Uko na degrees in engineering, unaambiwa tumetafutiwa kazi ya kuendesha taxi, Qatar. Umesoma 4 years university. Then Gava tells you wamekutafutia kazi ya kudeliver Uber Eats in Dubai. Aish. Yesu wangu. Babako ni mwalimu uko in the village. Akitoka shule anakuja kwa boma yenye amejenga. Alafu kidogo kidogo Ruto anaingia in power, unasikia hiyo payslip yake kidogo hiyo yenye ana manage nayo bado anakatwa further ati sijui affordable what. Inamsaidia na nini? Already akona boma yake, hiyo affordable inamsaidia na nini na hiyo payslip yake ndogo? You see the things that are making the youth of this country angry. Saizo unaona Murkomen akona watch sijui ya 10 million. Ati I have a weakness for watches. We also have a weakness of lambasting you. I mean, you see the kind of luxury that they are oh my God, they are immersed into. The kind of luxury that dictates their lives. The soft life. And Sisi, we are going out here without even 2 decent meals. Ukipata breakfast, bahati ukipata supper. Na sasa umeenda shule. And they promised you jobs. The best that they can do is uendeshe taxi Qatar. ati sijui this one wameleta juzi ati kuosha Nairobi River. Watu na degree waende waoshe Nairobi River. Mera. Now, juzi wamepea after tumepiga kelele youth nini, wakapea some youth docket ya water. Sasa hii wanataka kumnyang'anya, wanataka kupatia Kiraitu Murungi. That old cargo mwenye alishindwa na mwanamke fair and square. Kwanza we are putting them on notice. Waachie huyo kijana hiyo docket. Waachie huyo kijana. That is the only youthful person in this government. Nani mwingine yako youthful in this government? Who? So wamejaza drug barons and sex pens up. Huh? Who else? Cabinet yote ya Ruto. Nani yako hapo less than 50 years? So they are all 50 and above. Wache kutupima akili bana. Wache kututisha. We are not fools. We are skilled. We are unheard. We are disenfranchised. We are disillusioned. What do they want us to do? Of course, we are going to get avenues to release our frustrations. Jukwa streets, they will shoot us dead. Juzi naona Murkomen is toying around with the shoot to kill order. Against who? Not criminals when you wamepatwa wamebeba bunduki usiku. Protesters. Imagine, shoot to kill order ukiprotest. Can you imagine? So because wameamua ni hivyo, we are going to go with them, na sisi pia tumeamua ni guerrilla war. Hiyo street tuta-avoid, but tumekuja huku social media. And let me tell you, hizi vitu mnaona mnafanya, sijui kuwaweka, sijui cartoons, sijui kuweka tiao, hiyo kitu inauma hawa watu. Because they are ready for our bodies. They are ready to put us in body bags. The police are ready to shoot us. But this government is not ready for our creativity. This government is not ready for our brains. This government is not ready for what we can do. Na hii kitu ndogo unaona inaitwa simu hii na laptop hii, they are not ready. Na hiyo ndio inawauma, ndio inawakula kichwa. Because street nayo hiyo nayo dakika kidogo you are gone. Because wako ready na batons, na wako ready na guns, na wako ready na tear gas. What they are not ready for ni kuwaweka hii kwa sanduku hii. Lambasting them hii kuwalima hii. Going hard on them. Hashtags we are pushing in. This is the one thing they are not ready for. And now we've also retreated to that. Because now we are also diversifying our tactics. Huh? And then, they are telling us ati, you know, we are all, wacha kuweka baba za watu kwa sanduku. We are also people's fathers. You are hurting our families. Oh my goodness. That is the most simplistic and idiotic explanation, mode of sympathy seeking that I've ever had. Simple question. Baba ya Rex Masai, see your father? I'm asking. Yeni Mbwakoko, yeye si father? The young man, they splattered his brains kwa pavements. He doesn't have a father. Ye baba yake is a lesser human being. Denzel Omondi, whose only crime was to carry a flag. Yeye baba yake siyo baba. Akina Ruto, akina Murkomen ndio mababa. Hao wengine baba zao siyo baba. Because all these things we are doing started when they reacted with violence towards our concerns. They refused to take responsibility. They refused to engage us in a dialogue. And ndio ujua wanatubeba ujinga, tulitaka watoe cabinet secretaries. Si akatoa. Mtu kama tuseme huyu Murkomen huyu anatupea shoot to kill order huyu. Alikuwa transport. Michuki alikuwa transport within 1-2 years. Tuliona transformation. Hadi saizi, hii Kenya saizi, years later after that man has died, utasikia inaitwa Michuki laws. Yani he made a difference. He made a difference that lasted beyond him. for posterity. Murkomen, kazi ilikuwa tu kungara, kuvaa sneakers ya 500,000. That is whatever he did akiwa transport na kunegotiate adani deal. Aya, akachukuliwa akaletwa hapa inaitwa aje sports kwa youth, the same youth. And you know, one of the reasons we were on the street is because of the opulence, the hubristic opulence of akina Murkomen. The same Murkomen akachukuliwa akaletwa the docket ya the people who wanted him out, youth and sports, did nothing. Saizi sasa ndiye amepewa ile kubwa zaidi. Guess what he's telling us? Anatuambia mkienda street, we will shoot you. Ndio waone hii serikali does not want to listen. Hii serikali does not want dialogue. Hii serikali imetuamulia. Yani kukuwa a young person in this country right now, they have not only criminalized activism, they have criminalized our existence. We are breathing kwa neema ya Ruto. I'm telling you. I was saying we all have families, bro. So kutuambia ati don't touch families or don't touch personalities, ati criticize us on policies and issues and institutions. Institutions are made of logs of wood. Institutions are made of dogs and donkeys and camels. Institutions are made of personalities. Allah? Who are making up those institutions? Who are making those policies? Aliens from I don't know, are the ones making those policies. Are they not these same personalities? So are they telling us that don't talk about personalities, don't attack personalities, just talk about policies? Which policy of them is working? Basi tuongee policies. Tell me which one single policy of this regime that is working. One policy ya hii regime that is working. Omera hawa watu wananipandisha blood pressure for nothing. Huh? And then, sasa,
Pole. Kunywa maji. Yes, endelea. Asante.
We are not patriotic. Iyo kwanza ndio inani. Dear Kenyans and dear listeners, how can you be patriotic when you do not feel like a citizen? We are not citizens in Kenya. We are merely victims. Right now, even getting an identity card, an ID, affirming that indeed you are a native of Kenya is a hassle. Ati forms zimeisha. Forms wamepanguza nayo nyashi yao. Form imeenda wapi? Back to being at a citizenship. Okay, the fundamentality. What fundamentally guides the idea of citizenship is equality in the eyes of the law, predicated on the rule of law. If there was any iota, any modicum of the rule of law, that the rule of law exists in this country, even the animals that we are meeting on Ruto and his henchmen would recede. We are not equal in the eyes of the law, so we don't feel like citizens. Kama ID upati. You know, kama services upati. If you're being treated lesser, you know, the only people who have privilege in Kenya, if you are privileged economically, if you are privileged socially, and especially if you are privileged politically, then you have immunity against impunity. Those are the only people who feel like citizens. Saizi kama ni wewe ungeenda usimame hapo useme kwa nini kiti ya mama yako ya baba yako kumanina zenyu, saizi nakwambia you'll be incommunicado. Your family will be with, yani your family saizi will be wailing, they will be under anguish because what hawajui penye huko. And that brings also to the aspect of rule of law. Kama mtu amekosa, ndio kuna sheria hii Kenya. Kama umekosa, usichukue mtu upeleke kotini. Hii ya kuhold people incommunicado ni gani? Hii kuabduct watu alafu wanapeleka Nyari estate kukalishwa hapo, kunyolewa venye walinyolewa Bernard Kavuli na kupigwa na sijui being whipped. What is that? ati venye unapinga serikali and ndio sisi pia tunatetea serikali. Mine I don't even want to talk about, because like I said, man is reserved for my book. These people are. And that also explains why I'm so riled up. It explains my anger, my ire, my angst against this regime. I'm telling you, we are not equal in the eyes of the law anymore in Kenya. Huh? We are not. And that is why the police will abduct you and kill you with impunity, because no one will hold them accountable. And there will be other consequences. Utumishi kwa wote manyash. They serve their masters, and their masters here are the political class. The rest of us are servants. And Kenya has become a feudalism. Alafu, ile poko inaitwa Elachi na hiyo senye yake vintage tells us that if you feel Kenya is bad, leave and go where? You see, this is the kind of language that fuels animosity between the young people and the political class. And that is why PSCC tunawalimba non-stop. That if you feel Kenya is bad, leave. I mean, that is a legislator. Huyo ni mbunge amepigiwa kura na Wakenya. Na kwani hiyo dagoreti yake penye yeye ni mbunge, kila mtu anampenda na anapenda Ruto. Of course, there are people who are aggrieved. So who is she responding to? Eh? In such stupid manner. Ati kama unafeel Kenya ni mbaya, hama. Sasa tuhame tuende wapi? Na Kenya ni yetu. That is a leader. Mwenye alipia kura, alitaka kura akapigiwa, na that is the kind of people representing us. Huh? In that thing, in that Anyway, finally, fellow young people of Kenya, with every fiber of your being, I am begging you, repudiate, denounce, refute, disabuse the tribal card. Niliona Sudi ametoa some gibberish, some paragons, a video that epitomized his low IQ, trying to pit Luos against Kikuyus. We are not having it. We will not go that route. Once we retreat to our tribal cocoons, we have lost this war. June 25th only happened because we did not reason through our tribal lessons as the young people of this country. We were focused on the agenda. And that is why we succeeded. Saizi, wanajua, hii abduction, at some point, abduct watu for how long? Itaisha. So hata wao, they regroup and they re-strategize. Right now, they're using even their bloggers to bring this tribal angle, this tribal streak. We must not fall for it. We must not fall for distractions. Ruto has 2 more years to go. He can redeem himself if he chooses to listen, but shida yake ni haambiwi. Salasi alimwambia juzi. I don't know, asira yake is because Salasi alimwambia mbele ya watu. I don't know. Yani uliona reaction yake? Mpaka akasema hawa watu nitawalima asubuhi na mchana. Look at how emotionally unintelligent Ruto is. How do you tell people? Kwanza ameenda kaongea na Kinandi. Ati those who put me in a casket on social media, I'll put them in a real casket. I mean, you are the president. You are the symbol of national unity. I know you are a human being. Saa zingine vitu zinaweza kukuuma. But by the virtue of the office that you hold, it requires some level of decorum. It requires you to hold yourself in some form of way. Unaweza respond vile nasikia mama CS wakimchokoza ama wakimkasirisha, anakutumia message akikwambia vitu hata usitake kusikia. He can do that kwa WhatsApp group yao, kwa Telegram yao, but publicly ati hao watu nitawanyorosha asubuhi na mchana nitafanya. I mean, you can't talk like that. Eh? You cannot talk like that. Saizi yako early campaign launching launching transformers and wells. How can an old president go to launch a borehole when we need dams? You go and launch dams ya billions huko unaenda ku launch sijui borehole ya 3 million kitu ya village hata MCA hiyo kitu kidogo kwa MCA. Kitu ya women group wa village ndio anafaa ku launch something like that. Na ukimwambia ati anakasirika anaanza kukuthreaten. Anyway, teni niachie hapo my friends bwana.
Thank you so much, Maverick. We really gave you that time. Don't drop up. You are here with us, and we're here. She promised that you'll come and tell us what is happening, and we really appreciate you. I think on your conclusion, you said that what we need to focus on the agenda. Let us focus on the agenda, like the agencies who are focused on the agenda in 25th June when they went to the road, they went to the street, and make sure that the bill was not passed. And again, what you said so eloquently that let us disabuse the tribalism that they're trying to create in us, and let us work as Kenyans. When the problem comes, it doesn't come for a certain tribe, but it comes for all of us. So let us do that, and let us focus that, and equity. We need those things to work unto us. And that's why we are here, guys. And that's why we are here every Sunday as pressure point to make sure that we talked about all these things. What we need is equity. We need leadership. We need services as a people. And if it is not there, then there's a problem. Thank you so much, Maverick. And I know you're here. Keep retweeting our tweet. We and then follow each other always so that every Sunday let us be here. I see you, Rose. Thank you so much for joining. I see you, Comrade Booker, and many people who are on platform. Thank you so much for joining, and let us keep this conversation as respect as much as we can, and let us focus on issues, and let us avoid the way Aoko finished it, our conversation with us, that let us disabuse the tribalism. Let us focus on the agenda. And from there, then we will manage to do this. Let us converse all the time. You can retweet. You can write down there all these questions. We can answer them. Dr. Milton, I want to give you a mic now. I know Aoko took a little while, and she's here. Nimwambia kunywa maji kidogo. Ndiye arudi. Always. Go ahead, Daktari.
Thank you very much, Hillary. I want to begin where I usually do, which is to pay tribute to all the men and women, boys and girls, comrades that have paid the ultimate price as we fight to liberate our country. It is important to underscore the fact that their blood is not in vain, it will never be. And we derive a lot of inspiration from the words that the tree of freedom and liberty will be watered by the blood of patriots and citizens who value their country and want to see a society that is fair, that is just, and equitable for everyone. I would like to first, again, as I start making my remarks, I want to express my sense of gratitude and privilege, really, that I'm speaking after very eloquent and individuals in Honorable Reuben Kigame and Maverick Aoko. And I have to say that you have to give it up to them. You have to give it up to them for their courage and clarity of thought and the uprightness of their faculties in expressing the pain and depicting the picture that our compatriots are going through, and all of us as a country. Let me go to where Maverick yielded that we must resist this tribal card. And Redemptor Mwikali, in your space, I think that was on Friday, or if not earlier, I did address that issue, and I said, this is the remaining card that a cornered William Ruto will try to use against the Kenyan people coming together. He wants to whip tribal emotions. He wants to tell you that the reason he is being held to a higher standard of accountability is because he comes from a certain tribe. And I have seen a number of people from the Luo Nyanza, and I want to call out a few others from the Kisi community who are coming out and speaking to that stupid narrative that we deserve an opportunity because of our tribe. That tragedy is one that we must avoid, and the Kenyan people must resist that invitation. We, with all the tools and every little to the last ounce of their blood that is available, because this is how this country has been balkanized for all the years of our independence. And we must be able to say no to this kakistocratic approach and mindset, and for us to liberate our country. It does not matter. And Maverick Aoko has been very candid online. And sometimes I listening to her, the passion that she has, you have to give it up to her. That sometimes when she writes on social media about some of these people, we must be able to address the character of these people, including how they behave between the sheets and how they behave when certain things are put before them, for us to be able to understand, for us to be able to get angry enough to come out and demand that they quit office and they stop the desecration that they are visiting and meeting out on public office, the comedy, the shame that they are making our institutions to be, because of the character of these people. And unless we have the courage of Maverick Aoko to call out these individuals who tell us that today the Luo nation has to be forever grateful to William Ruto because they have the first attorney general who comes from Luo Nyanza, or that Pesa Inalala Homa Bay. That kind of nonsense, that kind of backward mentality is one that we must be able to resist. That the people of Luo Nyanza are entitled, the people of Turkana, the people of Kisi, the people of Coast, the El Molo, and every single community in this country must have access to government services because they are citizens and they have a right. It is an inherent right. It is a birthright. It is not given by William Ruto. It is not given by the praise and worship choir members. It is not even given by Milton Nyakundi as I speak. Neither is it a privilege that is only given to those that believe in Maverick Aoko and Dr. Miguna or Kigame, or anybody for that matter. And we must call out that kind of stupid mentality at every opportunity, and we start here on these spaces. I have seen somebody say, I can't remember who it was. They say that there is no polling station on social media. And I like what Dr. Ekuru Aukot responded. He said, if social media is not a polling station, why are you not appointing the IEBC then? Why are you cock-blocking through proxy the appointment of IEBC? Why are Gen Zs and new voters, young Kenyans who have turned 18 between after 2022, who are willing to vote, why are they not being registered as voters? If not, why are you spending 6 days of your work time? You have a job that Kenyans have given you. You are spending that time on top of vehicles in Western Kenya, where you are calling out a person. You
impeached by false pretense from office, and you're telling Kenyans that you're working. That kind of stupidity and idiosyncrasy is what we must be able to call out and say, William Ruto and your choir, time is up. We must go to the legislature and say, post June 25th, you do not have the legitimacy of the Kenyan people to continue representing them in parliament as members of the National Assembly, as a senator, because you have absconded duty. As it is right now, the executive, the legislature, and a good percentage in the judiciary have absconded duty, and when you abscond duty, the employer has the sole prerogative to fire you without notice. And the Constitution does not fall short of making provision for how to deal with employees who flout the provisions of Article 10, the provisions of Article 73 and 75 and 232 of the Constitution that define the character of the people we have expected to serve us. That if you're a public officer, a servant of the people, who draws their salary from the exchequer, from the taxes that we pay, we are telling you that you have fallen short of what we expect as the minimal standard of conducting yourself, and therefore you must go. We do not have to wait for 2027. I want to repeat, political office, public service has no such thing as security of tenure that is cast in stone. None of that is factual. Even constitutional offices that have security of tenure, we still have a process for their removal provided for when we, the people, feel like you have violated the code of conduct expected of the holder of that office. And I want to challenge all of us that William Ruto and the political class must not be paid their salary for the time they have absconded duty. Call me extremist, but that is just what it is. Kenyans don't get paid when they don't report to work. They have to give explanations. They are given memos. Kenyans, I want us to serve William Ruto and his praise choir a memo that they are no longer our representatives. They are no longer representing or acting in our best interest. And when you're not acting in our best interest, the law gives us the power to send you home. I have seen CJ Martha Koome today crying. Weeks ago, I did a story and I said the judiciary is our last line of defense. When we are done dealing with every one of these criminals, the judiciary is the one we fix last. I don't like Martha Koome for a second. I mean, she has made the judiciary to become a joke and a mockery. From when they gave the judgment in the presidential election petition, I hold no respect. But I am saying that as much as I do not like her, I don't have to. I am saying that we have a duty to defend the judiciary. The question that Kenyans must ask ourselves when Murkomen comes and now starts to tell us and pontificate that Martha Koome is entitled to 6 security officers, but she has 32. The question we need to ask is who deployed them from number 1, 2, 3, 4, counting until 32. Did those officers deploy themselves? Did Martha Koome deploy those officers to herself? They were deployed by an executive and a police service that wanted to pay back for the quote unquote loyalty in affirming a fraudulent election in 2022 and being a gatekeeper in the judiciary in breathing life to illegitimate and illegal policies that are being passed by this government that have all been legitimized and validated by the Supreme Court. And that is the reward she was getting by having all those people around her. And now we are saying the moment she has encountered a Damascus period where she's feeling like the liberation struggle bells are calling her, she is now. Hillary, I see your hand is up. I don't know whether that is meant that I learned, but I I am conscious of the time, and this will be my second last point. The point is that Martha Koome, yes, they have their weaknesses. The judiciary is as rotten as the executive, if not worse. But we are saying we must be systematic in how we fix the problem that is bedeviling, that is visiting on the Kenyan people. We cannot afford to be at war with the judiciary as an institution in the manner that we are being invited and in the manner that the carrot is being thrown and dangled at us. I want to say, because I did it in my video of 3 weeks ago or 1 month ago, when I said the Nelson Harvey Council, Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi Senior Council, their calls and christening and bastardizing the judiciary as juris pesa and saying that they are better, they want the removal of the 7 judges of the Supreme Court. They are executing a brief and a scheme that was hatched at State House to remove Martha Koome. Because as gone as she may have been, her conscience has kept reminding her that she has a duty and she owes it to the Kenyan people. And I want to say as I land, Kenyans, if ever there was a time that removal of a government, and by that I mean the executive starting with the president, the legislature, and the judiciary, that time is now. And as we do it, we must make it urgent business. And as we do it, we must be conscious of the fact that these idiots, and I say that without fear of contradiction, because idiot is a proper word in English that has a definition. These idiots will fight back. These idiots are cornered, starting with the topmost. And we must be able to come out and say, look, and we don't care if DCI and NIS are here listening to us. We will speak. Junet told us that mudomo ni yake. Joho told us pia akona akili zake. Hata sisi tunasema, it is our mouth. We are using it. And even you from NIS who is here listening to us, we want to welcome you, and in fact, we want to tell you it is good that you're here. You can actually tell William Ruto to show up on this space. He once showed up. He's probably listening anonymously, and we have no fear. William Ruto, I will tell you this on your face. So you don't need to masquerade. You don't need to pretend. The Kenyan people deserve better. You acquired office, you ascended to State House by false pretense. And we have a penal code that provides for how People who obtain by false pretense will be dealt with. And I want to make my final submission as follows. We have seen people being paraded and parading themselves as the alternative. And they are telling us that for the sake of stability of the country, we have to wait for 2027 for us to have an election. I want to say this. I have seen Honorable Kioni. I have seen my brother Fred Matiangi. I have seen Kalonzo, who has been here talking to us about being the alternative. I have seen what Martha Karua has done. Now they are talking with Rigiji, and suddenly Rigiji is a clean man. I am not saying I have any reason to impute any improper conduct on an individual, but I am saying this. As a people, we have a responsibility to ensure that the victimization against our children and our younger siblings of the Gen Z are being victimized because we put them on the front line. I want to call upon my colleagues, the millennials, and every other generation in our country. Every one of us has a duty, and we must now rise and stop this victimization of the Gen Zs, because they are being targeted, because they are being seen as the weakest point. It is not about Gen Zs. They don't deserve to die. It is all of us who have to stand up and face this regime, mundu humundu. Our younger brothers and our younger sisters in their 20s, I am now in my 40s, do not deserve, and in the alphas and others under 20, between 18 and 20, they do not deserve to die. They are not guinea pigs. They are citizens. They too deserve their respect, and they must not be looked at as
All right.
people who don't have a brain of their own. They have their own brain, and they deserve, when they are agitating, they are citizens, and we must join them in saying we reject this nonsense of tribalism. We reject this theft of public resources. We reject this obtaining by false pretense that this political class is visiting on our country, and they all must go, because we, the people, have made that decision, and the people have the power, and the people are exercising that power. I
Thank you.
yield, comrades. Let us continue mobilizing. Viva a luta
Thank you.
continua.
Thank you so much. I want to request the speakers who are coming in that we have more than 40 requests and we have many people. If you speak 10 minutes, it means that we will be here until tomorrow. Everybody's opinion is important, but I want to say that we are on the pressure point with the state of the nation. And thank you for everybody for giving the ideas. Retweet as much as you can, write what you can write, and if you have a question, then we can answer. We can see, look at it, how to handle it. Let me give a lady at this point. I saw Rose dropped. Wanjiru, you were here. Josephine dropped. Okay. Wanjiru, go ahead. Go ahead. How are you? How is it Sunday? Mm.
Hey, hi Hilary, hi everyone.
Hi.
My day, thank you. My day has been good. Hey, Maverick Aoko wapi? I was just like cheering for my sister Maverick. She said literally everything I would like to say. Nilikuwa na kamusi kado yangu, but I did enjoy. I think my point today for the state of the nation was the absolute abuse of power. On in the parliament with Ruto, literally. The abuse of power is the abuse of power, abuse of money and people's fund. And also let's remember about the finance bill 2025. Inakuja na ubaya, and it's much worse than last year's. So I think it's time we realize the system is failing every Kenyan. The system is failing, and what is failing more is, even if we have other leaders of integrity with the same system, nothing will change. We just need a complete change of the system. We need a complete change, because ukiangalia everything else is the system. The corruption is the system which start with mwananchi mdogo mwenye anataka 100 bob when the politician go to the village, you know. That's the system. We need to change that system of corruption from the grassroots, because unapanda unapata hadi juu, you know. We need to change that. Unless we change that, even if we have leaders of integrity, nchi ya kitu kidogo itazidi kuwa. So I don't want to speak much, but Aoko literally said everything I wanted to say, and I'm super, super glad for her. And just telling everyone, or just making a recommendation for Mwanjuru, ukiona corruption, call it out. Wacha tumulike mwizi. It's time we start mulikaing those mwizi, you know. If we don't mulika mwizi corruption on our grassroots level, it's useless calling out the government, the governors or the government or people in higher power, thieves or looters. When you go to the government, you enter to Huduma Center, you want something, unalipa 100, 300, you know. That's how we should start calling out corruption on the grassroots, so that we can actually go up. We can start up to down. Wanasema sini bottom up. So we have to start calling corruption from the bottom towards up. And from the bottom, it's me and you. It's everyone else here. It's the 2,000 of us that allow this corruption to happen. So my point today is call out corruption. Mulika mwizi. We have our telephones. If you see a police officer asking you 200, mrike, you know. If you go to somewhere else and unapata, you know, government states wanakuambia they need money for you to do something, take them photos, take videos, post online. Let's call that corruption, you know. Lakini itakuwa useless calling out Ruto if we don't call it out on the grass level. So my point tonight is, let's call out corruption on the grassroots. Tuanzie kama venye wamesema bottom to up. Thank you so much, Hilary.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate your contribution and what you're saying, that let us call out the faults. The thing that we are seeing is not running well. The corruption that you can see, the small one, let us not wait until it be big, but let us call them out as much as we can. Thank you so much, Wanjiru, and we really appreciate your time all the time to join us. And we really appreciate everybody who is here, because without them we cannot have this conversation. But this conversation is helping us to know the direction that we need to do. But I want to repeat some few words, that tribalism must be abused is something that we need not to condone in our conversation at all. We are Kenyan people. We are facing the challenges, all of us, no matter where you're coming from. Let us face it that way. And then we can see and work on the things that we need to work to. Josephine, I want to give you, then I bring Academia, then Buka, then can I see you, Anthony Ronyo, Diplomatic Cordero. I see you there. Many people are requesting again. We're just requesting that if you have a mic, making 2 to 3 minutes, then other people, we can bring them up. Thank you so much. Josephine, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Irari. Thank you for hosting the space and keeping it actually persistent to help us as Kenyans to air out what we have. Personally, today, I think on my pressure point, I want to resonate with every one of us, Kenyans. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, depending on your timelines. Yeah, I want to actually speak about how we can liberate ourselves from what is happening. Because as much as we put the pressure, yes, it's working for us, but we have also to be calculative and see what am I supposed to gain after putting this pressure. So, personally, what I think is that whatever we are seeing happening right now, Ruto, I want to echo what Dr. Milton has just said, that actually we have to put Ruto to account, because one thing is that we are not supposed to be paying him, because I don't know whether I have ever seen him in a Rambe house at any given day. State house in the nyumbani, si kazini. So, if he's working from State House, we have to get to know who is he working for. Because office yake iko Rambe House, and I've not seen him address the public at any particular given day in the Arambe House. So, we can still write letters to him to stop his salary as well. We are the employees. We are the people who have employed him. And we can actually put him onto that task. So that we tell him we want to stop you from being paid because you are not working for us. The other thing is that Kenyans, one thing we can do, I want to appreciate everyone who did the emails to the Netherlands and also those who made their calls to Netherlands. But there's something we were supposed to do. We did good. Congratulations to everyone. But what we are supposed to be doing from now on, any person whom we think is important and has been invited in our country, we should stop them not to come. And we give our mandates and what we need it done. We say that if it's about abduction, before you come to our country, tell the president to release all the people who have been abducted, and those who have not been accounted for, let them be accounted for you to come to our country. If you cannot do that, please stay at your place, don't come in our country. No matter how good you, or no matter how much development you are going to bring in our country, don't come. Because we cannot continue living with the leaders who are hypocrites and they are pretending they care about our country, yet they don't show that support when we are crying for democracy. They are not there for us. The other thing is that we should not tire to keep on writing these letters, to keep on calling different people and different nations and different presidents to actually assist us to speak. Personally, I feel a time has come now. We need even to start seeking security so that when we are going outside there, we don't get killed because Murkomen, if he's issuing a notice, a shoot to kill order against Kenyans who are innocent, who are going out there exercising our democracy, and now somebody decides to issue an order to shoot to kill to Kenyans who are innocent. We also need to start calling the nations who believe in our country, who believe in democracy, actually to grant us security so that when we are going out there, tunakuwa na jeshi ambalo linapigana na jeshi lenye Ruto anataka kutupiga nalo. We cannot keep quiet. We cannot say we are going to withdraw. I beg to differ with Aoko. I beg to differ with her. We cannot sit back and they start saying we remain in the space without doing anything on the ground. Because that's actually what they want. Once they confine us in the space and we cannot go out there to harass them, then they are okay. They are comfortable. Fellow Kenyans, we have to stand for our nation. We have to stand to protect. We have to stand and say no to what is happening to our nation. The other thing is that let's talk about the judiciary. What's happening? We cannot afford, no matter how much we don't like Maverick Aoko, we cannot afford right now to actually to bend the law to to Nasir, whatever, Abdul Nasir, this guy who is being used by the government actually to fight claims against Maverick Aoko so that that Ruto can have a person of his own choice who will dance his song. Can we stand for once and stop fighting everybody? Anybody who is on the side of the enemy is on our side. Can we actually push even all the political leaders who are saying they are on the other side? Can we push them? When we are saying we are going to the streets, they should all be there and leading the mandamano. It's not us alone. They should come out and be there. We don't care wherever you are. Because if we are to bring Ruto down, we can only bring Ruto down when we have numbers. Remember, a lion can only be killed by 1,000 sheep. But one sheep cannot kill 1,000 lions. So now, Ruto is a lion that we have amongst us. But as much as he thinks that we are sheep, once we go out there, we can surround him and bring him down. Can we also use the knowledge that we have, any capacity that you think you can bring the least change possible? Can we do that, fellow Kenyans? I'm just feeling like we have to wake up now. Thank you so much, Billington, Hillary, for giving me the opportunity to speak. Fellow Kenyans, can we stand up for our country? Can we stand up and say now it's a no? And can we make sure that with or without the ABC, we are going to clear Ruto out of our government? He is no longer our president. And that's what I'm saying is that Ruto must go. And he must go now. If not now, it's now. Thank you so much. And may God bless us. May God bless Kenya. Kenyans, I love you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Josephine. We really appreciate you. You said that if not now is now. Thank you, Academia. Pick it up from there. She said that if it is not now, it is now. Academia, are you here? Quick one, man. Less than 3 minutes. Academia, you are away from the mic. That's okay. Ronyo, go ahead. 3 minutes, bro. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hillary. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Yeah, I appreciate for the opportunity. I've been listening, and the people, or my fellow comrades who have been speaking, they have really shared a lot of sense.
Very okay.
Ronyo, go ahead. Academia, you'll come after.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you. So I was saying, Hillary, if we are not really careful, we after 2027 we'll be back again here, saying the same things and complaining or shouting again and again. If we are going to do exactly what Kasongo is doing, recycling the same problems, because the problem where we have, it is not that the government or the country does not have resources. We have a lot of resources that are available, but the main problem which all of us have been pointed is because we with the people we have, or the leaders that we are recycling again and again, are the people who keep on looting all our resources. And recently you saw a certain audit that they cannot explain where 1 point something trillion has gone. And we have schools where kids are at the moment, parents are forced to pay school fees. We have right now, I saw a certain Citizen TV saying that wanajeshi now, they have been getting free lunch now. They from, I think, July, they will start paying for that. Even the police are not, and the army, they are not safe anymore. This is where the country is going day by day. All things are going to our country is going to the dogs, and not unless we wake up, all of us, because it's our collective responsibility to fix our country, because this is not a problem for a certain region. It is a problem for all of us, because when the cost of products goes high, it doesn't matter where you live, whether you live from the north, east, west, or south, it will catch up with you. So it is not about which tribe you come from, and that is where they want us to concentrate on. It is not about the tribe. It is about the people who live within within that country, irrespective of who you are. Even the foreigners who live in that country, they are feeling the pinch. So it is all of us now to raise and say, we want good governance, and we cannot continue recycling the same problem. If we want to fix this country, we have. Kasongo said the other day that we were calling him Kasongo because he embraced the name properly. And he said the other day that hakuna mtu mwingine yote who can compete with him, that we don't have leaders in the country unless we raise up and really surprise them and say, no, we have to fix this country from the grassroots, and that's by having leaders who are really having the interest of people at heart. The people who cannot stomach seeing children going hungry, who cannot stomach seeing parents paying all this stuff after paying the taxes, who cannot stomach that we are being told people can spend a whole week in one region, and the only things they are doing is launching. After if I'm telling you, if you go back after a week to see anything that was launched, there is nothing that will happen. All those is just PR, and it is up for us. It's up to us to be able to fix this country. We have to raise, all of us, irrespective of where you come from, irrespective of your last name. It is our collective problem. We are the one who did this, who brought this problem on us, and we have the solution. So thank you so much, and I appreciate each and every other person who spends their time to come and to deliberate and continue educating one another. So God bless you, and let's continue pushing for good governance.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ronyo. Yeah, young people are asking that can we have way forward? They are tired. We have a lot of tweets here saying we are tired as young people. What is the way forward? Can we have a direction? The speakers were coming. What is the way forward? Because these problems are here with us, and they are more all the time. what is way forward? They are asking here. Academia, go ahead, then Booker, then Duncan, then Anthony in that order. I see Maverick, you're back. Thank you so much for joining conversation again. Academia, go ahead.
Thank you, Hillary, and the rest of the people. State of the nation, to start with, is bad, and we need state of the nation to be state and state first. Many people have talked about it. I think I wanted to talk about something about judiciary. You see, judiciary is our last resort to go when things are not working right. And it is run by a human being. But we must understand our system, the architectural, the structural architecture of our politics is what has led us to where we are today. And we can't run away from it. We are part and parcel of the problem, and therefore it behooves all of us again to unite and find the solutions to the many problems or the problem that we are facing. So we can't label any problem to any particular group, because people who are in office today are a product of our vote or our votes. So we voted them, and we had other people apart from the ones that we have. So we can't probate and reprobate on the same matter at the same time. It is not possible. So we must just accept that we failed, and we need to look into ourselves and take a break and embrace the objective reality and assess it, and then work to change what we don't want or what does not work in our favor. Is to attack people of that stature like the CJ. The reason why the judiciary is highly protected is because it is the last resort for us from both government and the civil and all. So anybody feels if anybody feels something is not right, the only place to seek redress or relief is the judiciary, and that's why it is protected under the law. So it is not like any other office, just you can just wake up and do politics about it and get away with it. So the process of removal of judges or chief justice is well stipulated. And the reason being, if it is open, it will be exposed to risk, and we risk not trusting the judiciary. And we must differentiate the institution and the people. So the part of judiciary, the integrity of judiciary is not as to the integrity of the individual in that institution. So if you have a problem with the individual, then we must single that out. Okay. Hillary, am I off? I need to land under 1
Yeah.
minute.
Okay.
Or
Yes, you're right. You can land that.
okay, fine. I think okay. The last point is you should give us maybe for the first speakers to give some few minutes, because I've realized that the first speakers, they take a lot of time. So at the end, we are not able to pick. You will be giving us 1 or 2 minutes, which is not enough to articulate some of the things. So I think you need to work on the time so that somebody does not have to speak for over 30 minutes and then the rest will just have to wind up or speak
Right.
1 minute. Because if somebody has spoken for more than 30 minutes, it means he has covered almost everything. So the rest will just
I commented on that. So
yes.
we are looking
Okay,
keenly here.
fine. Okay, fine. So thank you for that.
All right. So you're done with your submission? Okay.
Okay, let me just start by saying, okay, the last one. I think, in my own view, we need to be honest enough. There are things we can do, there are things we can't do. I don't think at the moment, that is my own view. I don't think at the moment we can beat these people at the ballot. But if we have to beat them at the ballot, therefore we must come out in large numbers and vote to the extent that we don't need the bombers to declare a winner. We should know a winner as early as the polls open, so that we don't wait until we don't even know who has won, and then we wait for some few guys to declare on behalf of millions of people that are the people voted, but they cannot tell who has won election. So I think that's what we need to move. So if we cannot beat them at the ballot, what are the strategies that we can use to ensure that when we vote, every vote will count come 2027, so that we don't leave it to the battle of legalists to decide whether you lost or you win? So to me, that is the most important thing.
Thank you so much for reminding us that. Yeah, that his own opinion say that he's saying that he's reminding us that these people we defeated them in the ballot, it might be difficult, but when you want to defeat them on the ballot, then we did not to wait the IBC to announce for us at the Bomas. But in the morning, before even casting a one vote, they should just know that the change is there. If that. If not, then we need not to wait until 2027. I think the point is on. Buka, how are you doing today, comrade?
Yeah, comrade, thank you. Thank you very much. I have been very pleased to listen to this conversation. And maybe today, only three important things, because on the state of the nation, I want to just mention a few things. But I also think it is important for us also to discuss a clear way forward, and also reinforce certain discussions that have taken place to understand the primary enemy of the Kenyan people in detail. Then we can defeat it. Because, of course, we've had quite a description. And also, I also think it is important to understand the alternatives that have put themselves to return Kenya back to the Kenyan people, and what content do they hold? Because if we don't interrogate these alternatives, it basically means that we will land again at the same point we are in today. So, some events that have taken place, some are very unfortunate. For example, remember on 25th of every month, there are always vigils to remind ourselves that we will never forget the people who have martyred, those that were murdered by the police. This 25th, progressive organizations and even the Communist Party that I lead had vigils, and we had a total of 11 arrests. So that means we are not even allowed to mourn the people that they have murdered. This is how bad the executive is taking us. So we had comrades that have to spend time in jail, and even after spending time in jail, they have to be extorted 10,000 shillings each to be released this morning today, and then tomorrow they will be presented to court in a very frivolous charges. So this is the state of the nation that we are dealing with. It is really bad, especially the comrades that have. Uh, I was just counting with Comrade Julius. He has like 64 court cases. So sometimes they even cross each other. So the idea is to drain us, to make sure that we are not capable to do anything financially, and even to come up with, some arrest in the court. Like even some of us, if you forget to attend the court, then they issue the arrest warrant and make sure that they imprison you. Now, also there are people who have come to various spaces to come as alternatives. For example, the issue of IBC, for example, last week the court already dispensed with this issue. So there is no pending court cases that actually prevents this government from institutionalizing an IBC process. All the matters were dismissed in court, and there is no reason whatsoever why William Samoei Ruto and his rogue government cannot put, an IBC in place. Even though we know that they want to make sure that they interfere with this process, but there is no other legal hurdle. So this all crap that he was talking about in Western Kenya, in my opinion, it is only politicking on issues that does not need to be politic about. Let the issue of IBC be sorted. Maybe if not, then we have to take action about it. About Martha Kohome's issue, which I also wanted to mention, we have received a lot of help from the lower courts, from the judiciary. But we also have to understand that every time we go to court to raise certain important issues that are affecting this country, then when it reaches the highest court of the Supreme Court, those judgments are being unrolled. This is what people must understand. And the people that are not, but that are now fighting Koome now, are the same people in the establishment that propped Koome. So Koome is coming to clear, oh, I am a lady. Okay, we didn't care whether you're a lady or not when you're being taking the part in the judiciary. But at the moment, Koome has been used by the establishment. They want to kick her out of the judiciary to appoint another person to use. Because the highest court is the most corrupt in this country. Who unrolled when all the other courts had agreed that the Finance Bill 2023 actually was illegal, and the 2024 did not follow the due processes. Now we are dealing with a case where this government has appealed about the University Finance Bill. Who will protect them? So when Kohome goes to drink tea in State House, and then they make deals with Ruto, when they fall out, let her not drag us in their own mud. For us, we just want a judiciary that works for us. Now, in parliament, there is no hope in parliament. The majority of the parliamentarians is a boat crowd. We cannot rely on parliament. So what options do we have? I have seen some spaces people have been talking about Martha Karua here on the space. I saw him, now he's the best friend of Gashagwa and they want to form the mountain, nonsense. The problem that the people who come forward, as long as they are ideologically bankrupt, then every time they retire back to their tribal politics to try and pollute the minds of young people. So these people who are coming as alternatives, what do they stand for? In fact, Maverick just gave us some good parallel analysis about the enemy. So if you're saying that we are not serfs and they are not lords, if they are a political class who want to treat themselves as kings and only us to make sure that, then we must set ourselves against them. So it must be a class war. The haves and the have-nots. It has to be the big landlords against the landlessness. It has to be those who can eat, cannot eat, and those people who dine in opulence. So this is something that we must continue to remind the Kenyan people, that even though President William Samoei Ruto goes, and Matiang'i come in because Jubilee unveiled him, or the other people comes in, as long as they don't have a clear ideology, and the fact that they cannot realize that even President William Samoei Ruto is so weak to oppress us that he has to form alliances of oppression with our former colonizers and the United States, foreign agents and the local, opposition leader, to make sure that they can consolidate power to kill us and to take everything else that we have fought for many generations. So when we say three things, and then I just learned my point. The first thing is that we must call ourselves that never again shall we forget those who have donated themselves, sacrificed, and died in the street to open this democratic space. At least that we must never allow ourselves or our children or our descendants to forget. That is why if we raise the banner of Rex Masai, we mention the banner of all our comrades. We must continue in every little space that we get. We must raise the banner of those martyrs. Now, the second other thing is that also we must remind ourselves that Kenya will never be humiliated again by foreign powers or local agents of foreign interest, of greedy elite that want to run the Kenyan nation on behalf of themselves and foreign agents. We have seen President William Samoei Ruto now is lining himself with Trump and now trying to regurgitate the Trump's policies here, just like his debunked Kenya First initiative. And finally, we can mobilize, governments can fall, people can die, but without an organization to take political power, we cannot avenge for the blood of the people that have been shed in the streets. That is why every time the Communist Party that I lead call each and every person, form an organization or join an organization and make sure it is clear that you are going to take state power. Why do we need state power? Without state power, we are nothing. If we have state power, we can arrest President William Samoei Ruto, try him, even if he's not the president at that time, and jail him. We can confiscate the wealth that we have robbed from the Kenyan people without having to plead with them. This is why we need the state power. We can give dignity to the people who died. We can even diversify the wealth of the Kenyan people and make sure that the majority of the Kenyan people have dignity. So we must not stop at anywhere else but to consolidate the gains of the Gencia Uprising to build a popular political instrument that will take power whenever elections are called or through popular insurrection, which is through a revolution. Because if they continue to steal votes and kill us, we are not going to stand and say President William Samoei Ruto has been re-elected again. Why? We are not suffering for another 5 years in the hands of a dictator. That is my point,
Thank
Comrade Hillary, and
yes.
thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Buka, to remind us that let us remember the comrades who died because of all this is happening. One of them, even one died last week, was killed in Molo. It's so unfortunate that these people are being killed. There's no action is being taken. It's unfortunate. Let us not forget these comrades when we are fighting all these things. And when this is in our blood, then we will need leadership that will listen to us. The way Maverick was saying, they will not condone what we are telling them to do. They will not even have a time to go to the street to start talking to us the way they want. Duncan, go ahead, Dr. Then Anthony, then Honorable Dolphin, then the Diplomat. Then we go back. I see Honorable Kigame is back and Maverick. Yes, Duncan, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hilary. I hope you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much once again. It's always a from fellow Kenyans and from these great minds that we have here, and reflecting on the state of the nation. And sometimes it becomes very difficult even to reflect on the state of the nation, because you see it is clear in the minds of many Kenyans that there is no nation even in the first place. They ran away with it, and we must work very hard to reclaim it. So there's nothing much to talk about. But I love that many of us, led by Maverick today, have given a thorough and an in-depth analysis of where we are. And Comrade Book has just given us responded to your call about what next, how do we get ourselves out of here? And he has talked eloquently about organization. A point that he has stressed many times on this and on many other forums. I think the system is trying very hard to ensure that we don't get to that stage where we can organize ourselves to get power. And they're going to do everything possible to scuttle any form of organization. So if we don't stand firm as the people, then we are just going to stand divided, and we shall not be able to get to that point, because Ruto knows very well that the moment all these brains come together in organized platforms, as Comrade Booker says, then it will just rubber stamp his fall, because he knows he has already fallen, but he's trying by all means to retain power. And one of the I guess see what some of our comrades from the area or the community where I come from, including leaders that a few months ago we had so much respect for, trying very hard to throw the tribal card at us and to incite us against the Kikuyus. I've seen leaders that were very respectable a few months ago, like the MP of Homa Bay Town, always waking up every day to throw very inflammatory remarks, pitting the Luos against the Kikuyus. And many of my colleagues, many of our friends are falling for it. I sometimes see the kind of inboxes that I receive, and I just wonder, the people who I expect should be able to understand, the elite, people who've gone to school in the society, when we begin to behave as if we do not know what we should do, and we allow these people to divide us along the tribal line, then I think we're going to fall. What happens is, like the mountain Kenya, I think Ruto knows that he has lost Mount Kenya. And his only hope now is to try to see if he can be able to cling to Western and Nyanza to be able to see if he can secure his political survival for the next term. And he has employed all those goons. So we must be able to stand as a people and not forget, as somebody has said, even as we remember, we have been never to forget our comrades who paid the ultimate price for our final liberation. Let us also not remember where we have come from. We are too quick to forget and to celebrate people and personalities that a few months or a few years ago were part of the same system and were part of the same problem that we now face. And I believe that there is no way somebody who was either the cause of the problem or who played a fundamental role in nurturing or sustaining or perpetuating that problem, but more so people who have benefited from that problem. How can we trust them to solve that same problem that they helped to create? So it is for us to be able to choose wisely and say no to tribal politics, say no to politics of personalities, and finally say no to politics of money. This week, in fact, I have had the privilege to visit many counties. I had the privilege to visit every constituency and hold a meeting in Kajiado County. And one of the greatest problems you face when you go to try to talk to Kenyans or even to educate them is the expectation of handouts, of compensation for their time. People will tell you, but we have left our work for 2 hours to come and listen to you. What is in it for us? And I can tell you, while organizing those meetings, there are certain Kenyans who simply ask me, is there anything? Do you have money? Are you paying us? If there's nothing, we're not coming. And there are many of them who did not come. And there are particular places where actually Kenyans refuse to leave the hall because you did not give them money. So those are the kind of things we are talking about. 2 days in the weekend, I had a long trip to Western Kenya. We visited several counties and made several stopovers along the way. Everywhere we stop, it is difficult to make sense to Kenyans if you're not giving them something. Some people would come by those roadside meetings and see that there is no money being distributed and they will just go away. So in the organization that we must do, we must also be able to find a way. How are we going to change this mentality? I think it is said that only 23 to 25% of Kenyans are on social media. How do we reach out to the rest of the population and make sure that this message gets to them? Because those are the majority of the voters. Social media has been well covered, 23 to 25%. But there's another 75% that is going to make a decision whenever elections will be held. And these are not on social media. When you go to talk to them physically, they have high expectations of money, which the people we are fighting against are going to distribute in mass. So how do we quickly organize ourselves and ensure that this message goes to the 75% that are not here to listen to these spaces on a weekly basis? Thank you very much. I think that is all I have to say. Let me continue listening as I learn more from fellow Kenyans. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Dr. We really appreciate your time. You're reminding us that the things that we're talking about here also should reach down. But we're happy that you're on the ground already. You're here and you're on the ground. So, and many people, social media is working now and is doing well. Actually, even Trump himself, he won because of this platform. Actually, X make Trump to be the president of America. So media is playing a big role, and we need media that will tell Kenyans the truth. That's what we lack. Because if we don't have that, then because what they're hearing is just propaganda, and that's what we need to work on. So that Kenyan, because those people are listening, a lot of stories, they listen all the local radios, name them, but we want to make sure that all the things that they're listening is things that help them. And how can they run about the money, but they get good leadership? I think that you're okay. Thank you so much. Anthony, go ahead. Then Dolphin, I see you, and then I go back. Yes, go ahead, Anthony.
Thank you, Hillary, on Pressure Point today. One of the things we must not fail to realize, just to give Daktari some hope, is the power of social media. Because if social media did not have an impact, Ruto, the president today, Ruto, would not be talking about it. Let me tell everyone on this space today, social media gets to the ground. I live in rural Kenya most of the time. And you'll be surprised what people are discussing on TikTok, what people are discussing on WhatsApp group. Social media is effective, extremely effective. And this is the only space that all the people in government have not figured out how to survive in. This is the only space they don't know how to operate in. But if we go today and say we want to take on them on the on the traditional ground where they come out of sunroofs of VXs, that is their ground. That is their stomping ground. They have figured it out. Ruto has done it from 1992. He has mastered it. But on social media, you do not need to spend a coin to talk to 4,000 people. If we were to do this kind of mobilization on the ground, we would not use less than, I think, 10 million just to mobilize people to come here. But to go to something that you brought us now to focus on is, as we come here today and discuss the things that pain us as a nation, what do we do with this information that we have? How are we organizing ourselves, like Booker said, to capture power? And this to me has been something that I've stressed on from when I began spaces, from people, everyone was listening to me. I asked myself, after we delegitimize this route of government, who and where shall we take our vote? Because if we don't figure that out right now, remember, we can only cast a ballot on the people who appear on the ballot. So if we don't have our representatives on the ballot, then the people of Kenya will only vote for the people who appear on that paper. It's the high time as young people in this country, Gen Zs, millennials, Gen Zers, we begin to interrogate and ask ourselves, how many of us will appear on the ballot? And right now, we might not have the financial muscle or the connections to get to convince the people who own those political parties that I have qualified and I have gone through the system of, what we call the primary elections and everything, and I've won the nominations to be on the ballot. But if, and only if, like you said, Hillary, I don't want to talk for long, that Donald Trump figured out the social media influence in the US. And today, the Democrats are sitting down and saying, how did we miss it? So as Kenyans, we must ask ourselves, here we are with a tool, with a megaphone that is called social media, that the president has no ability to figure out. Because if today you abduct Hillary, or tomorrow you abduct Booker, social media does not die. But if today you abduct Ruto, UDA is dead. That party no longer exists. Because they have made political parties to be them. But today, if you remove Hillary from social media, tomorrow, Dr. Milton will host this same space, Pressure Point. That is our power. And we need to start asking ourselves today, how do we harness and how do we become the best at what we do? As I land, I'll tell you this. I've been fortunate. I've met political leaders. I've met Kalonzo Musyoka. I've met Eugene. I've had the chance of talking to Mother Karua. And my departing point from them was always one. Here we are today. We've met. We are here. Gashago is here. Mother is here. There's a point all of you enter the house to discuss something. But when you look at the people entering the house, they are only old people. So where are the youth? Then you come out of the same house and say, the Gen Zs, we are telling you what you're doing is good. Continue doing. So you want to harness our rage. You want to harness our ability to deplatform Ruto on social media, but you don't want to give us a space. Yet we always allow you to come on our spaces. We host you. We give you a platform to talk to 7,000 people, 10,000 people. But when you want to go and have that back to hiyo mkutano ya nyuma ya tent, that's where you draw the line. That has always been my departure with them. And for going forward, all of us on social spaces, let us come and say, how do we organize better? The time people realize that today on Pressure Point, we've said that we are championing one candidate to stand for the governorship of, let's say, of Embu County. And 7,000 people appear on that space. 100,000 people appear on that space and they say, this is our candidate, this is who we are voting for. That time, Ruto will no longer be saying, atia watu nitawanyorosha saa 2 ya asubuhi. Because we have shown that, and believe you me, we have shown that we lack the ability, one, to trust each other and to organize better. Because what we do today, we shall build Buka with his party. Buka has a party. But none of us can come and say we want to join and stand for parliamentary seats, MCA seats, presidential seats on Buka's party. Why? Because at some point, we shall build Buka, and within 2 months, we shall tear him down to nothing. At what point do we get and say, Buka, we agree with you on this, but we disagree on you on this. Can we amend this? We must get to a point where we can talk with each other and not at each other. The Mau Mau did not ask the oppressor, oh, Mr. Mzungu, we want rules of engagement. No, Mzungu was coming to colonize. The Mau Mau were busy defending their territory. So this point we are asking Ruto for rules of engagement should stop. Ruto is busy doing his work. Let us be busy organizing ourselves. Because over and over, and Reuben Kigame is here, Kenya has been liberated by the young. The Mau Mau are not young people. The Mau Mau are young Kenyans. In 1992, when we were fighting for repealing of Section 2A, and Maverick has raised that point, Wangari Maathai stripped naked. That woman from Nyeri stripped naked. So that the detainees could be released, and so that we could repeal Section 2A. Her, together with the likes of Shikuku, they were young because Orengo was in that group. They were young. In 1997, another window opened for young people to come into power. Can we start now harnessing? And if we young people let this window of 2027 close, we shall be the first generation to drop the ball as the baton was supposed to change hand. We're in a moment where the baton should be changing the hand from the old. And when I say the old, 2027 will open a new window for this country. Because by that vote, we shall effectively deal with the entire 1992 Youth for Kanu regime. From Orengo to Raila to everyone, we shall deal with them in 2027. And we shall usher in a new Kenya with new ideologies and new people. That is how we shall change this country. When our president will not be going to launch a transformer, while Kagame is in Turkey launching a drone for his military. It doesn't make sense to me. With those few remarks, I land. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anthony, for that and for reminding us. Thank you. And thank you so much. I think that's what even Kigame was saying, that let us now move on. And I said it so quickly that let us disabuse the tribalism, and that's what is happening. We are seeing now these people are coming. Buka said it so well. People are coming together in their cocoons of richness or tribalism or what, name them, and these are the things that we need to fight. And you say that how can we organize ourselves as a people, as a young people, to make sure that this time, there's no missing mark. Dolphin, are you here? Or, Western, nothing. Okay, nothing, go ahead. I want to bring this team again. Nothing, go ahead, 2 minutes. Western, then Honorable Mumboi. 2 minutes, please, each. Nothing, go ahead. Nothing, are you here? Okay, Western, go ahead. Western, nothing is here. Honorable Mumboi. 2 minutes, please.
Hi,
Each.
everybody.
Nothing, go ahead.
Hello, everyone, and Happy New Year to those we've not met this year.
Nothing, are you here?
Yeah, can you hear
I
me?
can hear you, but you're using two gadgets at the same time.
You can
I
hear
can hear
me?
you.
Okay. I wanted to affirm a few things you guys have talked about. I had Luca highlight, and I think a few other people, about the comrades we've lost. I think we should pay. I can hear you, but you're using two gadgets at the same time. Oh no, I'm not. I'm not. Um. Anyway, if we can actually pay attention to those we have lost, like there's a gentleman that was killed in Molo. Can we kindly fundraise for that family? And then number two, I have seen tribalism seeping into the movement, and that breaks my heart. We need to be honest with ourselves. And then when we have someone missing, I feel like there's a generation that doesn't put in the energy and the time and the timeline to create awareness on those people who are missing. And finally, if we are focused on winning an election, we need to focus on those people who do not have an ID, money for it. How can we organize, structure ourselves? Because I think it's one thing to talk and another to implement. Structure ourselves in such a way that we have point men in different villages who know who finished high school or who in the village does not have IDs. Let's put our money where our thoughts are. Without that, I feel like we are focusing a little too much on how well a point can be delivered instead of are we ready? Are we ready to actually put the nation in the direction it ought to go to? I land. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nothing, for reminding us that the family that Comrade Richard was killed in Molo. Can we do you can do a contribution, a little bit contribution towards the family. He was having two kids. Yes, comrades, you can decide that and we can see how to do it. Then we can plan a day. All of us come here, we give 10 shillings, 20 shillings, then we do it here once and we send it to the family when we are here, whatever we get. If we agree on that, we don't have problem, we can do that even next Sunday. We have a conversation, but we contribute to that family. We say we get 100,000 or how much, then we send to that family. That will be in order. Thank you so much. Western, go ahead. You've heard what Nothing has said.
Thanks, Hillary. Greetings to everyone on the platform. Hillary, it disturbs me why we get embroiled in elite games. Because whereas it's true that there has been some form of reform in Kenya's judiciary post 2010, the judiciary in its entirety is not any different from what it was under the one-party state. It's not. So we've got some progressive legal minds in the judiciary, but we do also have extremely reactionary, status quo inclined judges and magistrates. Fact of life. So when we hear about judiciary, the last line of defense, I don't understand why. Because you don't gauge the competence of the judiciary based on how they adjudicate elite games like presidential petitions. How do they ensure that the ordinary person has access to justice? How? Has that changed? Talk to Kenyans, ordinary Kenyans, they'll tell you how their cases have lingered in the corridors of the judiciary for years without being concluded. They will tell you how judges are so arrogant. They behave like demigods. So it's not true that the judiciary is on the people of Kenya. That's not true. And Maverick Aoko, for those who watched the interview that catapulted her to the helm of the Kenyan judiciary, that process was a sham. There were some candidates who are of questionable caliber, plagiarized students' work, but they were shortlisted. Some were even asked, but you didn't file your spouse's tax returns. Why? And they said they forgot. And they'd been shortlisted. Some had been part of the Nyayo Moi era kind of judiciary. They were shortlisted. So what does that tell you? It tells you that was a choreographed process. It was choreographed. The powers that be under Uhuru Kenyatta had somebody in mind whom they wanted to head the judiciary to be used As to whether that came to pass, that's a different case, to be used. So in Kenya, the judiciary is highly politicized, and that has not changed, despite us having a new constitutional dispensation post-2010. I think it's imperative that we bear that in mind. And therefore, when you say, oh, security for Kobe, do you have security? You are not in a Kenyan. How many police officers guard you? So why are you concerned with the number of police officers that guard judges or the head of the judiciary? Do you have security? You don't. So why do you care about people who can even afford to hire their own private security if the government withdraws security from them? You see how we get embroiled in elite games as if they're on our side? We should care about the ordinary Kenyan. Does the ordinary Kenyan have access to justice? Is the judicial process affordable to the ordinary Kenyan? Do ordinary Kenyans have access to legal representation? Do they? Those are the questions we should be preoccupied with. As to whether who has got the cushy lifestyle and the security and all that, those are not things that should preoccupy us. And in a country such as Kenya, William Ruto is doing what political operators of his caliber do. What do? You ensure you're in charge of the judiciary, you're in charge of parliament, you're in charge of security apparatus, the police, the army, the intelligence, and the electoral body. When you have that under your wrap, then you can organize elections and you win. That's what they do. And so those who are asking for 2027 elections, I've got bad news for you. Across the world, and this is not just in Africa, only three out of 10 elections, incumbents get re-elected, or lose elections, to be precise, lose elections. Incumbents lose elections, only 3 out of 10 elections. What does that tell you? It tells you that in 70% of elections organized all over the world, incumbents get re-elected. So we have got a tall order to remove William Ruto. And it's made even harder when we have got the likes of Mother Karua Rigathi constituting opposition against William Ruto. It's much, much harder. Because why? He looks at us and laughs. He says, if these are the people who will stand against, he's going to defeat them. Why? Because of what Booker said. They are not any ideologically better than he is. They're just as tribal, bigoted, invested in the status quo, like himself. They're Eurocentric, like himself. They buy into capitalism and this free market orthodoxy, like himself. So he's going to defeat them. He's not scared of them. So we have got to defeat William Ruto and defeat other people who are masquerading as different from William Ruto. So our work is cut out for us. It's not easy. So this notion that, anybody who is opposed to William Ruto is on our side is very reductive. It will ensure that we don't move. We don't move at all. After the elections, if we ever manage to reach there, we'll be here again, bemoaning these same challenges. The problems are systemic, and we've got a lot of opportunists, a lot of chancers. People are taking chances, trying to exploit our frustrations and our anger and rage to get into power, replace William Ruto and start behaving exactly like him. We must be cautious. We must be aware. We must be alert. And I wish to land, Hillary, by this. I want to remind Kenyans. Vis-a-vis the judiciary and Mother Koome, William Ruto could be playing games with the Kenyan people. And Kibaki did it. In the run-up to 2007 elections, it appeared as if Kibaki did not want to reappoint Kivuitu as the head of the then electoral body, Electoral Commission of Kenya. That's what it was called. So there was a lot of noise from civil society. And then Kivuitu was given a second term. What did he do? The rest is history. So William Ruto could behave like that. You make noise, Mother Koome, why she can't go anywhere, what? And then she stays put. We go to elections in 2027. She certifies William Ruto's election. Rigged or whatever as it is. Will you blame Mother Koome? Will you start casting aspersions at her? Will you? We have to think deeply about these games. Will you? What will you say? You made noise that she be retained. She's retained. She's given an assignment. when I get to the election, if I'm going to steal this election, you're going to certify it. She does exactly that. Oh, you start casting aspersions and stones at her? We must be alert about elite games and not fall for this very short-term, very narrow-minded and anti-people games that these people are playing all over the place. I learned, Hillary. Thank you.
Thank you, Shialo. Thank you for reminding us that we need to check this elite game that they're playing with us. So thank you so much for reminding us that, and let us realize who we are. And when we're crying for them, are they crying for us? That is also the question that we need to ask ourselves. When we are crying for them, are they for us really, or they're just for their political game and the offices, but also we must protect the office, because one day we'll be in that office, that the office itself should be respected. But as a person, what do they want? So those are the things that, thank you so much, Shialo, for reminding us that. Chacha, I see your hand, then Kondeko, I see you. I want to give Maverick and Kigame again, but Chacha, go ahead, Kondeko, then Kings, in that order. King Josh. 2
Thank you
minutes,
very much.
please.
I will not take more than
Yeah.
2 minutes. One, as Kenyans, I think we need to ask ourselves, for example, I mean, the ICC process gave us two presidents. It gave us Uhuru Kenyatta. It also gave us William Ruto. And the defense lawyer, Professor Kithure Kindiki, became the deputy president. We have not had anything to do with the victims themselves. That's one. Number two, Kenya has been captured as an economy. Can you believe we are the largest economy in East Africa, but the top 4 richest people in East Africa are not from Kenya? Number one, the Uji, you come to Roperelia, you go to Zaire in Uganda. We only have Bimjisha coming to a distant 5th. So there is a huge problem with the economy as it is. I want to say that much as Martha Karua is not a saint, and she's not a saint in any case, but we need to use the same system to also fight the system. William Ruto has no intention whatsoever to relinquish power. And I can tell you for a fact that given the body language that we've seen, and even the statements coming from people like his talking heads, they are keen on actually retaining power. So we need to find someone who can actually be used to actually get that power away. Because what we have in Kenya is, for anyone who has cared to read, for example, Why Nations Fail, and I think I've read it twice or so, Kenya has been captured. The institutions are there purely for extractive reasons. And the fact that even Uganda is catching up with us, Tanzania is catching up with us, Ethiopia beat us, means that we have a lot of work ahead of us. I really applaud the young people. Personally, I'm a millennial, and Gen Zs are our young siblings. And I really applaud them for what they have demonstrated. But we millennials have failed immensely. One, we were promised a lot, but got very little. And we did nothing about it. At least Gen Zs have the balls, if all of them have balls, forgive my language, have the balls to actually say this is wrong. So I think we need to join hands, ostensibly to actually remove the entire system and have institutions that will protect the interests of the Commonwealth, as it were. Because what we have is an inherited institution that was colonial in nature, which was established basically for extractive reasons, and that's what they are doing. If you find someone who is willing to kill to get into power, has no intention of actually serving the people, so to speak. So I think as a people, we really need, and I want to applaud the organizers of this session. It really helps us also to converse some of these very critical issues. So we need to really ask ourselves, why is Tanzania food secure than we are? Don't we have land? Why is our life expectancy at par with that of Burundi? Why do we have insecurity in North Rift? We are only compared with Somalia and Sudan. Will you ever hear of gunshots in some place called Kagera in Tanzania? Absolutely not. There is something seriously wrong with us, and I think the politicians, the elites, have perfected and known how to use what we call the mirror neuron. So how the mirror neuron works, and I think if you have a 7-month-old kid, if you are eating and you're chewing, they tend to chew thinking that they're also chewing. So we also think that we are eating when our politicians are eating on our behalf. I think I will rest it there, but should I say I'm mad? Thank you.
Don't be mad, man. Just don't be mad. Let us focus. And I know when we talk about these things, sometimes we get emotional, which is very right. It makes us, but let us make serious decision and proper way of doing things. Thank you so much, Chacha, for reminding us that. We really appreciate your presence and come here every Sunday. Pressure Point is live from 7 p.m. to the time that we finish our conversation. But also, guys, comrade, we have been reminded that one of our comrade was killed in Molo. What do we think? Can we organize something for him? Okay, if you are giving your views on the same, you can say something about that. Then we can organize something for the family, maybe next week. Then we see what we can do. Joe Wangeshi, go ahead. Okay. Oh, it was Joe Wangeshi, go ahead. Then Kondeko, then King Josh. Okay. Joe Wangeshi, 2 minutes, please. Wagashiku. Wangeshi si wewe. Kondeko, go ahead. I think you still have connection issues, maybe.
Thank you, Hilary. Thank you, Hilary, and everyone who's found time to come and sit with us here today and discuss matters that pertain to the development and the progress of our nation. Asanteni sana. Kwa hiyo mambo na mazishi na ama kusaidia familia ambayo walipoteza kijana yao, tuweza fanya hiyo shughuli wiki kesho inshallah, na tutachangia kwa ile kidogo tutakuwa nayo Hilary, tutafanya kuchanga. In support of that. My heart goes to the comrades who had to lose their lives for calling for accountability to this regime that we have in Kenya. It is very sad that we are having leaders who lack foresight, who lack insight and foresight of issues that Kenyans go through. There is lack of long-range planning and a strategic culture among our leadership. That said, it is time that we drain the swamp. I have a few pointers. My concerns are one, IEBC. On IEBC, apart from the constitution, my issue is hizo server za IEBC. Hiyo ni jambo ambalo tunafaa kuongezea pressure. Hizo server za IEBC kuna jambo. Iwapo kimungu mtu wa juu ya gari atafika 27 na tutaenda na hizo server ambazo zimetumika 22 na 17, ni makosa kubwa. It will be blunder, leave alone the commissioning. Those servers are the end game. Ya pili, majenzi na wale ambao wametusheka na kudhalilishwa na hii serikali, tafuta kitambulisho na uchukue kura wakati ikifika. Then the bourgeoisie can pose their parallel candidates at every ward, every constituency, every county, for every Senate seat, so that the pressure is high. And I want to see the struggle. We want this struggle to go mashinani. Peleka joto kwa MCA. Ianzie kule. Sababu mnawajua. Ianzie kule kwa MCA, you know. Take the heat uko chini. Bishia mama yake, bishia ndugu yake, kule chini. Chapili, another concern is tribalism. We are really, really playing dangerously with the card of tribalism. I understand. Naelewa. Mambo na tribalism, classism, race, that is all there in politics all over the world. But then the level that we are playing in Kenya, we are playing Rwanda 94. Very dangerous. And I think we are woke enough. We are learned enough to try and communicate to our own people on why being a Kikuyu or being a Maasai is not really important in your thinking. If you're stupid, you're stupid. I'm sorry to say, whether you're black, blue, green, or yellow. Okay? Let's just reason at that level. And we should desist from the tribal games that we are being dragged into. Let's focus on the main agenda. I want to talk about the judiciary as I conclude. In as much as we are drawn to the theatrics being played by the judiciary, guys, one thing you must understand is you're dealing with a cunning person. Hii ni mambo kama mtu ametoka kuvua samaki akaja na akakuwa governor direct, alafu mnaniambia he's not cunning. Nani anadhani kuwa itakuwa state address rahisi tu na mtu mwingine apewe kisu 27 ikifika? Ebu, let's check the acts being passed in parliament on matters of election in Kenya. That's the point. If you read what the current, and it's very sad that tunaika pressure sana kwa 001, yeah? Lakini the MPs we have, the August House we've had, this is the most. These MPs have passed some of the worst acts. Lakini tuko nao. Kama watafika 27 mkimungu tuko nao. I want to ask you guys. Swali. Kihika ameendea matibabu Ulaya, lakini BCG na ARV ziko hospitalini. Swali. Sahi serikali imeambia askari hata kuwa nampa pesa ya chakula, saizo wako kichakani Boni, familia yake iko Nairobi, na unamwambia atajinunulia chakula. Swali. Umeenda Western umewapatia wakulima bonus, lakini mkulima wa chai imepungua bei shilingi 1, makadamia ni bure. Swali. Kenyans, it is time that we put on leadership, and we elected people who see the value in their own people. We want to see a leadership that works for us. We are tired of the games, and it's time to say enough is enough. Back to you, Hillary, and Shukran.
Thank you so much, Kodeko, for your sentiment. I don't want to repeat what you've said, but we have had the question, and we have hear the young guy, the way he's speaking. And that is a Gen Z man, that you hear how he asks questions, And that's why we have this pressure point for young people to give their voice and to do that. Honorable, I'll give you time. I'll give you time. Give me, I want to give you time. But let me bring King Josh and William. I think I finish this one, then I come to Maverick, and then I come to you, Honorable, if you allow me for that. Is that okay? Okay, I think that's okay. King Josh, take it up 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Hillary, for this great conversation. Mine is to say thank you, and also to big shout out to Maverick for the good work she's doing. At least you're learning a lot from her. Then another thing that I'm saying is my condolences message is to a guy who lost his life in Molo. And on the part of contribution, I think it's a good idea. Let's support our comrade. He's one of us. So maybe Hillary, you can see on how we'll send our contribution. Then another thing on the part of leadership, let's continue fighting for the better governance in all government institutions. What we want is a good leadership with no corruption, and service delivery to the people. Nowadays, we found that there's a lot of corruption also in all government institution. Lazima kwanza uhongane ndio uweze kupata service. So guys, let's continue fighting. We are together, and it's my hope and belief that we will have a better future when we come together. So thank you, Hillary, and we are together.
Thank you so much, King Josh. Thank you so much. William, go ahead, then I give my Aoko to pick it up from there. William. Makora William amelala. Tafadhali, najua amelala. Poleni sana, tumekaa hapa sana. Maverick, can you pick up from there, then we come to Honorable Kigame.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
There's an African adage rather that after a sumptuous meal, you cannot go on chewing grass. All you probably may need is a glass of palm wine to wash it through. So after listening to this pertinent discourse,
I am amazed. Actually, I am flabbergasted. I am astounded at the level of perspicacity, perspicuity, lucidity that Kenyans ooze. Yani, I was listening and my jaw was literally on the ground. Kenyans understand issues. Kenyans are brilliant. Kenyans are different in the way they articulate issues. Kenya is a beautiful country with educated people, learned people, intelligent people who know what is wrong with this country. And like I said, it is our brain that is confounding these people. It is our brain, like Buka said, that we should consolidate in a way that can help us. Number one, on Richard Otieno, our comrade who died in Molo, I actually called his wife 2 days after the news broke out to try and reach out to her with her permission, seeking her permission if I can set out a pay bill on my timeline to help her. But I understand probably because of grief, she never responded. So I don't know how we can go about this. Probably we can brainstorm rather about this, but I believe it's something that we should undertake as comrades. He's a father, and that is why in my initial submission I was very miffed when I was saying people are telling us, oh, wacheni kuweka baba za watu hivi. I mean, Richard Otieno was a father of 2 very young kids. He was a father also. And he also had a father. And this is why sometimes I get miffed with some of these explanations and, like I mentioned, and how I frame them to be very simplistic avenues of seeking sympathy and getting us to recede on our firepower. That watakufanyia hivi baba ya mtu. Richard ni baba ya mtu. Look at the kids ameacha. Anyway, like I've mentioned, I tried reaching out, but the woman is grieving. Probably we can try reaching out through someone else, maybe a brother, somebody, but whatever we are trying to do to reach out to that family and mobilize, set up probably a kitty for those kids, because I think the firstborn ako kindergarten or something, na ako shule saizi. Mtoto asikose kuenda shule because wameweka baba yake shoka. Things like that. My final remarks, and I want to make it as brief as I can and with clarity, because I'm very sorry. First of all, let me apologize for taking much of everyone's time. Next time I'll do better. It's only that I have not spoken to Kenyans verbally for eons. It's been such a long time, and I had all these things just brimming and boiling. I just needed to let it out. Providence bestows upon every generation a burden. Every generation has a burden that is bestowed upon them by Providence. Now it is incumbent, and the onus is on this generation to decipher that burden and execute it. And from where I sit, our generation has the burden to redeem and restore Kenya. It behooves us to find out how. But Ruto must go. Ruto must go. That is the agenda. Thank you, Kenyans.
Maverick wamekuzimia mic.
Hamjanisikia chochote?
Hapo umepotea. Umeongea Ruto alafu ukapotea.
Let me tell you, I know the NIS and this year are following this thing, and I intentionally posted it on my timeline that will be on your space so that wajue. So sini yao ndio wanapeleka information.
Yeah, they blocked somebody. They blocked Abdi today. Abdi is saying that he's blocked. He cannot even talk. So I'm trying to check
So
on his timelines and everything. I can't see anything.
information. Like I mentioned, Kenyans have elucidated eloquently and confidently anything and everything that is there to see. Let me tell you, politics. What we have and who we have, and as I've had Kenyans say, and speak about is relics of KANU. Kalonzo, Ruto, Raila, Mudavadi, Wetangula, Rigathi, all relics of KANU. We must find a way of getting away from and to do anything and have nothing rather to do with these KANU relics, and then we'll begin to shape the landscape of Kenyan politics. I mean, Ruto aliingia, it's obviously the 2 years hakuwa na vision, and where there's no vision and you cannot exact a vision, what you do is you abuse and plunder, and that is what becomes inevitable. That is why, let me tell you, 2 years into Ruto's administration, Sijuzi he was named the second most corrupt person in the world. 2 years into the administration. What does that tell you? Aliingia hii kiti and he vied in 2022 bereft of a vision. Hakuwa na vision, and you cannot execute what you do not have. Logic does not exist in a lacuna. And people, what is this word that I hear people say, I learned? I'm learning by saying, let us find the means and continue consolidating and brainstorming our minds towards the means that the agenda is Ruto must. Not should, if, when, must. Go. Thank you.
Hey, Milton, you went out. But Honorable Kigame, I want to give you a mic. I saw your hand and everything. I don't have anything to add. Pressure point today is much focused, and thank you, comrades, for coming and also doing all this. Okay, Robert Kigame, can you go? Milton, you're here? But
Yes,
Yeah.
I took my mic for a minute, but um, I can go after Honorable Kigame. He
okay,
was already.
that's right. Honorable, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much, guys. And it's really nice to hear Maverick, especially on her first submission there. I believe that we have a lot in common, and so I would like to be able to share the way forward. First of all, I would like to challenge, especially Hillary and the guys that have been hosting the spaces before, um, um, Eric, and all the guys that have done it before that are pro change. I would like to challenge you to make a mega space in which you interrogate all the interested voices in terms of change and come up with a scorecard, some kind of document that has some minimums that those of us that would want to run for office would be able to pass. And whoever scores the highest in terms of that scorecard then becomes the de facto voice that will stand against Ruto. These individual declarations and wishes are one thing, yes, but I think it's the citizens that should decide. The citizens should be able to decide, for instance, who of us that has stepped forward to be counted is known or is acceptable, can be sold across the country and not like a tribal card. Secondly, who has the youth agenda? Because the youth form more than 70% of our population. Who has a clear youth agenda? Who stands for accountability and integrity? And what the youth are actually fighting for. Now, when it comes to the message that we have held before, in terms of consistency, maybe some of us are more devoted to some causes more than others. For instance, as early as BBI days, you know that I stood for the issue of values, because values are everything in our constitution, really. And that has not changed. You cannot change my message, because that is what I stand for. That is what I'm bringing to the table. Accountability, integrity. In fact, let me just be honest with you that I knew for sure that there was going to be a youth revolt in Kenya. I knew. I just had miscalculated. In fact, for me, I looked at it as 2025 minimum. I was wrong. It came earlier. But I knew, just by virtue of what the youth were saying, we don't want to register in the 2022 election because the candidates are being forced. Then you have the consent that the old style politics will not work. So I challenge you to put up a space where citizens, where are able to interrogate those of us that have shown interest to face William Ruto head on. Challenge especially those of you that are excellent in policy and strategy. And I'm not alone in the movement that I'm pushing for the next election. We have several people that we are working with so that we can solidify and strengthen that particular caucus. And that also includes, professional fundraisers and those who may want to help with resource mobilization. We can always do with some, and you can inbox me. But thirdly, I would like especially to challenge those that have graduated from university and have studied political science or understand the way our young people. I want to challenge you to consider running for office. Don't keep looking for some angel somewhere that will appear from government mysteriously or from somewhere. No, those of you that understand exactly what we want, the brand new, start, the reboot of our country. I don't think about money first. Think about this. For example, what does it take for me to be an MCA? What do I need to know? What are the duties and responsibilities of an MCA? What about an MP? I want to be an MP, yes. Just a desire. What does it take for you to effectively fulfill it of an MP or a senator or a governor or even a president? I don't have to be the one,
Mheshimiwa wamekanyaga waya.
Yeah, Hillary, I think Ruben has dropped in, but I would like
Yeah,
to give a few comments.
Buka, you're coming in. You're coming in. Ruben, Mheshimiwa, can you hear us? I think he will be back. He'll be back before we wind up. I see you, Tabitha, for joining the conversation. I know you are here because of you've seen Maverick is here. I know Maverick, many people are coming and want to hear your voice. And thank you so much for coming and speak to Kenyans. Tabi, thank you so much for coming. Yes, Dr. Milton, you want to say something then, Buka?
Yeah, I wanted to say something real quick. Listening to these spaces, it bothers me that we have the likes of Oscar Sudi, and I mean no conjecture or anything or disrespect, but it saddens me that when you listen to the eloquence of the speakers in this space, it bothers me that we have the likes of Sudi and Osoro in parliament. We have sycophants and people who are told to jump and ask how high they can jump. That those are the people that we have running, uh, occupying public office. It saddens me. It bothers me. And I mean, I'm enraged. If you listen to what Maverick is talking, the people that have spoken here, Comrade Booker, everybody, you wonder what is wrong with us as a country? Why do we have those idiots in parliament? And pardon my language, Hillary. But the other thing I also want to say is this: that we have a responsibility to stand up and be counted. Maverick Aoko has put it very well that every generation has a burden that it has to carry in building a nation. So this generation has to decipher, has to figure out what that burden is and execute it. And I dare say that this generation, the millennials and Gen Zs, have a duty to fix the bad politics, the bad governance, and put an end to the theft of public resources, which is given a good name, a gisty name, ati corruption, ati bribery. No, ni wizi. Mwizi wa kuku na mwizi ambaye anaiba kutoka State House, they are not any different. Yule mwizi anachukua money from the exchequer, anapatia members of parliament to get people on the streets to cheer him. They are the same. We should run these people out of town. I am sad every day, but I'm also encouraged and inspired when I listen to Reuben Kigame and how eloquent he is in terms of articulating what the issues are and what the way forward is. I believe that we need that mega space. I believe that Hillary, we are giving you all the blessings to reach out to everybody that has been hosting a space in the name of liberating Kenya, not wale wengine, the bloggers, what were 527, who are doing these things. But every genuine blogger, we need a mega space because at this rate, the only way to liberate our country is to have the mega spaces which become the mega rallies where Kenyans will encourage one another and mobilize so that Kenyans can come out in large numbers and send these crooks home. The country is greater than them, and it is time that we said enough is more than enough. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Milton. And actually, since we started our spaces during June, when the GCs were on the road and everybody was there fighting for the non-bills and non-bills, I think we have been consistently, and we want to take the challenge, Kigame, that we will do that. We will do that because we have the core. The rest have been bought. Many people have been bought in these spaces. We know some have given money, but we don't care about them. We are focused on the best issues and we must do it. And we are here to do it. The pressure point team is doing it and will do it and will not, we don't care about what they're doing or what they're, let them do what they want to do. But the pressure point team, we are solid and we are up to the game. And I want to assure you we will do it as soon as possible. Buka, go ahead. Fabish, I see your hand. But Buka, go ahead as we're winding up, maybe in the next 15 minutes or 12 minutes. I will appreciate that.
No, thanks. I just wanted to give a few things. And probably maybe I will just try to, Hillary, the question about a national liberation is not a question of who holds the office, because the system that we have in place is so skewed that the worst of the Kenyan society holds the most powerful position. So it's not just about changing one person with the other. We must, if we had to change Kenya, we must think of a systemic change, not just Booker becoming the president or Hillary or anything else. So the question is, how have we correctly analyzed the Kenyan society? Because if we still think that if we don't break the neocolonial system, a system where the democracy is hijacked by a few people, supported by some foreign multinationals or foreign interest to manage the affairs of our country for the collective good, not for the country, but for those few individuals and foreign interest, then we can change personalities, but the system is not broken. In fact, I become very worried when I hear people appealing to the international community to come and rescue Kenya. Where is the international community? They cannot even stop genocide in Gaza. Where is the international community? So while that international community that is being dominated by the United States of America and their lapdog here in the name of the embassy have been showing us their middle hands. So if we talk about international community to address our national issues, it's just a question of getting them to appoint another puppet for us. So we have to look at the systemic issues. And what you'll be joining us is an issue based, like we have a people's charter that whoever is there can address those issues. And to make sure that we hold people responsible, we must build the people's power. Every time that somebody arrives to the power and try to change his mind to become greedy and to do it, then people must arise to overthrow that person. Then now the people who are coming up will realize that the people's power still dominates. So I just wanted to bring it clear that everybody else that has come out that is seeking to represent the Kenyan people, they are only seeking to represent the Kenyan people, not that they have anything more unique than others, but they should be also humble in the sense that you want to represent the Kenyan people. Are you willing to address the systemic changes and what is the charter that actually brings it out? So for us, everybody that wants to represent the total liberation of the Kenyan people, we have to sign the People's Charter, a common charter like the South African did, what they are calling the Freedom Charter, to implement it. Then, after you sign that charter, regardless of who the people decide to represent them, the only social contracts that are bind that leadership and that establishment with the people is the People's Charter. And that People's Charter can be reduced in form of certain constitutional elements, which is access to social rights, but also the dignity of the people who have been martyred. And finally, and the most finally, is that we are fighting to finish our independence. We want to have people who can make decisions for behalf of the Kenyan people and not for any other influence outside Kenya. So the fight is to fight to complete the independence, to raise the flag of Dedan Kimathi, to raise the flag of Rex Masai, and to say that Kenya will make decisions for themselves and not with the foreign interest. So this is what I wanted to bring out. So in the sense that let those people who want to represent, including organizations, build stronger organizations with a clear charter for the people. I am quite happy to share also a platform, of course, with Reuben. We were with you in the KLM. I think we should have learned from that reason. You and me were there at Kongamano la Mageuzi at one moment, who betrayed us to go and join the other thugs. Now they are coming back together. Maybe you can also raise that we must also continue to learn from history, because sometimes we collect a few people who think are progressive, but they are only looking for a place to sign another deal. We have seen them.
Yeah.
So I was not even shocked when they started palling around Gashagwa. Last time they palled around Raila when we were looking for change. So it's important to interrogate the processes and actually understand where we want to go as a country. That is what I wanted to say, Hilary. Thank you.
Thank you so much, comrade. Yeah.
Yeah,
Honorable, you're back?
yeah, I'm back. Sorry about the
Yeah,
network
your
issue.
network went down, yes.
Because time is far much spent, and I'm really grateful for where Comrade Booker just left it, because we have a lot of traitors in the movement, a lot of traitors who are ready to sacrifice even the progressive voice in order to get a little money here, and sooner or later you'll see them fighting for tribal affiliations. So I was saying, number one, that you and other people that are active in the spaces bring us all together and interrogate us using a scorecard, but also using our record as representatives of the people. Our ideology, can you scrutinize our ideology and then decide who, as the citizens of Kenya, can you entrust the country, in fact, the restoration of the system to? For me, as an individual, I may come actively in these spaces, but I actually represent a lot of different people that operate under what we call the Jengam Kenya movement. So you cannot form government by yourself. It's impossible. Even today, ukiniambia ni form government, I can't. So we really must begin to build networks and teams. And I look forward to Comrade Buka and those that have sustained, the ideology that is people-centered, that we all come together. And then we need to also beware that government is playing the division card, especially among the Gen Zs, and fronting certain seemingly progressive voices and so on in order to fool and divide. So we need to be very aware of that. So for that, please look at the consistency of the people and their messaging, whether it stays the same or not, and whether they're playing with government. It's very easy to, by the way, to tell who is with the government or not. It's not hard. Now, I think the second point I had made was we would like to see, those that are interested in change joining the movement so that we stop talking and begin to act. Strategists, those that are good with policy, bring all these gifts together into one pool so that we are moving as one, and that includes resource mobilization. The third thing I was saying is that young people need to step out and run for offices. And besides the presidency, we have gubernatorial, we have senatorial, we have MP, we have MCA, we have all these positions. In case you would like a bit of mentorship in terms of what does the MCA seat, the MP seat or gubernatorial seat entail, what do I need to know, what do I need to prepare? I would be more than delighted to hold your hand on that, because in any case, I'm ready to form government. I know what I'm looking for. The last thing that I would like to challenge us all is to fix our eyes on the economy, because that is what is destroying us. If we can fix the economy, and that's where the graft, the impunity, and the stealing, all the thievery is all there, the illicit borrowing, it's all about the economy. We have the Auditor General's reports. We have even government reports. I'm just so shocked at the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics reports that show certain very clear things. Even government itself admitting that certain things are not okay. They have dropped. You can go to the energy sector, you can go to the manufacturing sector, and so on and so forth. Even the things that the government is priding itself as investment in manufacturing. You wonder, Kwani, what is the definition of manufacturing anymore? Because in most cases, they're just talking about value addition. So I would like to challenge us to fix our eyes on the economy, because that's going to be the next monster. It's recurrent, but it's actually going to be the thing that will be hit at us again. Especially watch out for the projections on the Finance Bill 2025-2026, where, for example, they propose to hike VAT to 18%. So let us have our eyes on that thing and recognize that we have a duty to fight for those who cannot fight for themselves or speak for themselves. Lastly, I would say let's not forget the families of those we have lost in the struggle. I was with several other colleagues, Comrade Buka and the rest, yesterday when we were trying to have a vigil in Nairobi, and it was scuttled, etc. But we still had our voice heard. I just wanted to say, every 25th, please look out for the commemoration of the comrades. And let's all prepare for this grand 25th of June meeting, activation, and listen out for the directions. I know the comrades will give you a lot more directions on that. So thank you so much, Hillary, for giving us an opportunity to engage and, inbox, follow, my inbox is open. I mean, a lot of people close their inboxes. You can talk to me anytime. I'm accessible. So let's chat and let's get this thing going. God bless you all and God bless Kenya.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kigame, for finding time to join us in this conversation. Guys, I want to give you 30 minutes so that we can wind up. I know we cannot finish the conversation. We have so many requests still, and I'm very sorry all the time that time is mic'd, and it is not our wish, but we want everybody to at least share his views or our views. Honorable Kigame, we really appreciate all the time when I inbox you. You are there to converse with us. And I'm working on the challenge that you gave me. And actually, Comrade Buka is here, you're here, other leaders are here, and we'll do that. We'll do that. Fabish, 2 minutes, please. 2 minutes, please. Then George, then Juliet, I see you. Fabish, 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Hilary. I would request that maybe you give me 4 minutes because many of the speakers that have spoken, I think I want to take 2 minutes to, at least I have a rebuttal for some of the speakers. Number one is that
No personal attack, right?
no personal
Just
attack. No,
best
it's,
issues.
it's general.
Okay, go ahead.
It's general
Go ahead. When
conversation
you do
about
that,
the
when
state
you go
of
do
the
that,
nation.
nitakufukuza.
No, me. I don't go personal.
All right, go ahead.
Many people talk of 2027, sijui tuchukue kura, tuchukue vitambulisho, of which wote tunajua our rights to vote. And we all agree kwamba Ruto ni mwizi, amemaliza economy, but I don't know why we ignore the fact that kwamba Ruto anaweza kuiba kura. I don't know, tunakubali kwamba anaweza kuiba economy, but we give him a doubt when it comes to stealing our votes 2027, of which that is a major thing that we should focus. Hillary, from where I sit, I don't see ourselves going to voting with William Ruto 2027 and expect William Ruto to concede the defeat. So, and I like, how Reuben Kigame always articulate the points, and I can surely tell that he's the right leader. He knows, what the country wants. He knows exactly how to steer the leadership. But the problem is not that we don't have deficiency of leaders, but how do we bring that change? Especially in this regime of tyranny. So now, I think when Ruben talk of, we need a mega space, of which I want to agree, so that we can, give this our leaders scorecard. But now I want to challenge every leader ambao anasema kwamba he can topple William Ruto 2027. Here is a fair challenge. Now, IBC is coming in place. And God is so gracious, we have parliamentary vacant positions. We have one in Ugenya, we have another one in Magarini, and I think 2 somewhere else. So this is a fair challenge. If you think that you can win William Ruto, show us by filling your candidate in those vacant positions, work a candidate to Ugenya and another one in Magarini. If you win those 2 parliamentary positions, you fill those vacant positions, at least we can come here and discuss that, yes, we can have a credible election. But all these things that we are talking, me personally, what I'm saying is, I think we should not distract ourselves with positions and our ambitions first. Let us not put the cart before the horse. Let us see how are we going to effect the change and how are we going to bring this system down before we say now we want to build another one. Comrade Buka talked very well about that we need, to make a charter. The charter that we made in 2010, when we made this constitution, is our doctrine. Constitution cannot be constitution when there is no spirit to implement. So the actors are the people that they can implement that constitution. But if there is not that spirit, the constitution remains just a book like any other novel. So the only way that we should do and not be distracted is we have all to agree
that there is that uncomfortable route that we think that it is difficult and it is scary for us to go. That is through revolution. The only way that you can defeat a tyrant is by revolution. Let us not lie to ourselves. But we have two options. Either we do it now or we wait 2027, we attempt to go for election for the tyrant to steal, and then the post-election, we again now reactivate ourselves through that revolution. So we either decide to solve this problem now or we suspend until after 2027. But if we can lie to ourselves that there is any other way, all odds are against us in 2027 for stealing votes. Ukitaka kuongea, William Ruto now is trying to bring, foreigners, Ugandans, Congolese, Burundians, to register them as voters. You saw the other day when they were in Kisumu, trying to bring Uganda Luos to come and register. So they have all the mechanism to steal these votes. And William Ruto is one tyrant that he cannot agree to just run for one term. That is the reality that we should all accept. We know that we are all focused and we want this country to work better. We have ability to lead. But the problem is, how are we going fast to effect that change? So, to me, I always stand very firm in the calling that we need first to bring this system down, to bring this regime down, this tyrant regime, before now we talk of organizing a better election, a credible election, and a new Kenya. But we cannot compete with William Ruto in an election, in a constitutional election, which he himself, he does not believe in the constitution. He does not believe. He kills people, he abducts people, he loots economy. Anything that he does is against the constitution. And what will make us believe that he's going to honor the constitutional mandate of election in 2027? So that is why we should remain focused, we should remain steadfast, and go into that difficult route of revolution. These other gimmicks that we want to do is just distraction. 2027 we will reach, we will start crying again that election was stolen, and we start a fresh process again of talking of revolution. Thank you. That's what I want to say, Hilary.
Thank you so much, Fabish. I hope you are not the coach of Harambee Stars, but you're Fabish. Thank you so much for joining our conversation. We really appreciate your contribution all the time. Let me bring Joe Wagashiku before I bring Juliet, because he was here and I don't know. Joe, you have 2 minutes, then Dr. Juliet, Dr. Amix, and Western, I see your hands, and George. Go ahead, Joe. Joe, we can't hear you. Joe, wamekanyaga wire. Sawa, Juliet, go ahead. When Joe, I think when he's back, I'll give him time. Juliet, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Juliet,
I can hear you. Can you
yeah,
hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank
And then Dr. Amix, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Hillary, and of course, Pressure Point, and to every person that is here. Asanteni. Yangu ni machache sana. Just to say that for me, I believe in a new Kenya, or what I say, Kenya mpya, haki zetu. That is one of the things that I say. And then I also want to, first of all, condemn the abduction that is happening in our streets because of people voicing out about wanting an improvement in our country. And it's very, very sad to see anybody dying in our streets as a Kenyan because umekuja kusema unataka kuzungumzia mambo ya good governance. And in fact, it is painful to say the least. And I want to appreciate the young people and the youths because we are seeing a difference. And the difference is that you are saying and you're speaking, your voices, you're coming together regardless of the challenges. And what I want to bring and say that msikufe moyo. Msikufe moyo. The fact that you are even here, I was here earlier on, you were 1,800 plus people. You can imagine that kind of number. Then right now over 584. You can imagine. You know, msiwai, you know, if I go back to Injili, kwa Biblia, you know, in one of the verses, God likes a just heart. There is somewhere in the Bible, I believe it says that. God loves a just heart. So for me, yangu ni machache leo, but I want to say that in every part of Kenya, you are over 16 million young people, youths. You are the future, not for tomorrow, but for today. You are the future today. Na mkae mukijua hivo, na mkikae mukiwa inspired, na mkae na nguvu. Irregardless of what you have, your voice, and you must bring about good governance. Governance which is great. Governance that means so much for the generation today. Governance that means we are going to live as strong Kenyans. Hakuna ukabila tukatae, kwa sababu sisi wote ni wa Kenya. So I want to just say thank you. Thank you to every youth. Thank you to every mother that is encouraging you people to be the best that you can be. As you go on the street, stay safe. But I urge, on behalf of this government, I urge hii serikali, tafadhali, msiue watoto wetu. Tafadhalini. Just be peaceful. Be as peaceful as you can and voice according to the Constitution of Kenya. But above all, ikifika ni 2027, na waomba nyinyi wote, plus the ones that are going to be 18 years of age, muwe na vitambulisho zenu, muwe mumejiandikisha, hata kama mnaenda saizi na ampatie vitambulisho, mupiganie haki zenu ili muweze kushika voting card. Some of you may ask me, you know, Madam Juliet, unajua hii kura yetu, hata sisi tukiwa young people or youth, haifanyangi kitu. But let me tell you something, and I will leave you with that as well. Around the world, kila pahali, kama ni UK, kama ni America, kama ni kila pahali, hata kama ni wapi, and that does not exclude Kenya. Kenya, we are absolutely a blessed country. A blessed country, and I will say that. That is why we are called Magical Kenya. Msiwai sahau hiyo. Msiwai. And for the fact that we are a blessed country, I believe one day your change itakuja, and I believe it's just a matter of time. But if you are not able to go and get your kadi yako ndio uweze kuvote wakati ukifika, you are not doing Kenya justice. You are not. So ule mtu yeyote atasema tuna mdomo yake, mimi siendi kuvote, tafadhali, I beg you personally, ndio tuwe leta hiyo haki yetu. Somebody here talked about we have to be very careful na wale watu wanaiba. That is something constitutional protection. It is something personally I speak about, because we need a new foundation. And it is a question that I have posed to the judges, just to encourage you. I have posed to the judges, what happens to those returning officers that break the Constitution of Kenya? That is a question I have posed to the judges in the highest court of Kenya, Milimani. That is a question I posed even during the last election. I will let you, I'm saying that to you, all of you. What happens? And also, the last question that I also posed, what happens to corrupt judges that allow issues of the Constitution of Kenya not being done? So write those ones down. Msifikiria hatusomi, tunasoma na tunauliza the right questions. So on behalf of this pressure point, asanteni, continue and be strength, mukue na nguvu, and you walk peacefully. Na kwa niaba yangu na familia yangu, that family that was
the family that lost life, tafadhali sana, I send you condolences, and please wachaneni na watoto wetu. If they voice out, we ask the police officers to also arrest those people who are committing these abductions, and also make sure that they do their investigations very, very well. Asanteni sana. Asante Hillary, and Asante Shamir for inviting me to this platform.
Thank you so much, Juliet, for joining, and also for your voice. We really
Thank you.
appreciate your presence, and always welcome. Pressure Point is here every Sunday. We are here, converse, and we discuss different issues, but we really appreciate your presence and also what you have had to do. And thank you so much for that. Dr. Ami, I see you opened the mic before giving the mic. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Larry. First of all, am I audible?
Yeah, you have 2 minutes, bro. We are closing the next 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I've been waiting online for eons, and anyway, thank you
Yeah, I
for
saw Senator came
giving
here
me the
and he
chance.
disappeared, but go ahead, don't worry. There's a senator from Kerich or what? No, but he was here, but go ahead.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. Oh, mine is just talk about our next step. About these people, they have realized the power we have as citizens. They saw it clearly on June last year, and they are afraid. That is why they are trying to they are trying very hard to play this tribal card. They are trying very hard to play this tribal card. So mine is just to urge you that, guys, let's refrain. Let's not give in to their game of tribal card, because it's really pain me when I see my fellow Luos talking about let's join the government, yet everybody is suffering. So what's the benefit of being in a government where life is miserable? Eh? Now my point is just let's stay focused and avoid the tribal card. And again about the IBC, because a lot of stupid MPs like Sudi, those people, I know they are listening, I know they are real and listening, or they have their people listening. Those people deserve to be rotting in jail. They don't deserve to be in parliament making for us laws that only benefit them. So I'm urging that if we can really fight for this, so that IBC can be formed, so that we can recall those Ninko Pompai MPs, so that we can at least have people who can make laws which are helpful to our country in that chambers. So even if we are preparing for that 2027, but these small things, these bills they are introducing in government days and night to benefit them, so that they can nyanyasa us every day. We won't allow that. So our fight should be to reconstitution of IBC. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much,
Hilary.
Dr. Ari. And feel welcome every time. And we give people everybody mic. We try our best as much as we can. Maybe time might find it out. But thank you so much. George Ugende, your final remarks. You want to go around, then Western, then Fabish, then Academia, then Buka, then Milton, then Honorable Kigame. George, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Hilary.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is the first time I'm having this opportunity to speak to the great minds, and I'm so much thrilled. Mine is just to remind us that if you have been careful, you'll realize that the only language that Kasongo understands is violence. And I also believe the reason our own Maverick Aoko is alive is because she has already declared that she's ready to pay the ultimate price. And because they know she has nothing more to lose, that's why I believe they are so afraid to touch her. So if we can entrench this spirit to many Kenyans, especially the young people and all the Gen Zote, it will be good and it will be to our advantage if Kasongo realizes that these people are willing to pay the ultimate price to ensure that we liberate our country. We bring back the sanctity, the respect, the rule of law that we all deserve. Otherwise, I'm so grateful. I'm so happy. Thank you very much and keep doing the good work. God bless you all.
God bless you, my brother. Thank you so much for even finding time to be here with us. Western, I've seen Western, I've seen your hand. I know you have. Can you give your final remarks as we winding up now?
Thanks,
Shial.
Hillary.
Yeah.
Hillary, I wish to tell Ruben that it's not the economy that constitutes the best. In our case, it's the politics. Because unless you get rid of predatory instincts from the Kenyan state, you're not going to fix the economy. And you're going to do that through politics. And that's why even in the so-called advanced democracies like the US, the economy is always central to the elections and campaigns. It's the same thing with us. We have got a syndicate of looters as the government. So as long as they are in power, making decisions, making policies, reports with the responsibility to implement laws, while they are merchants of impunity, we are not going to get this economy working. It's as simple as that. Karl Marx will tell you the economy is the base. In our case, it's the other way around. Booker said something about the international community. I think I wish to reinstate that sometimes we fail to link our struggles, our problems with the history of the world and what's happening elsewhere. This concept of international community, what does it mean when you dissect it? It simply refers to Western Europe, Oceania, Australia, New Zealand. Then you put there Japan, you can put there South Korea, China is there, Russia is there. The rest, you decide where you belong, where you fall. This is the international community. Where does Africa fall? It's an appendage. Its issues are at the rock bottom. So, as a Kenyan, when you appeal to the so-called international community, in effect, you are appealing to imperialists to come and help you get rid of your chains. I'm not so sure how that will work out. A classic example is like making petitions to the Dutch government. Well, for those who care to read history, architects of apartheid in South Africa originated from the Netherlands. The Netherlands is a colonial master. Suriname is a colony of the Netherlands, of the Dutch. So I'm not so sure how people like those would care about whether William Ruto has got his boot on your neck or something like that. Which takes me to the ICC question. I hear a lot about the ICC should come and intervene. Like, really? We haven't learned from the last debacle when the ICC intervened in a political dispute? How far did that go? It went nowhere. Why? Because the ICC would rely on William Ruto to provide them with evidence in order to successfully prosecute him. Because that court, the fulcrum of that court is the complementarity principle, that member states must cooperate to enable the court to succeed and prosecute people successfully. So how do you expect William Ruto or any other person, Uhuru Kenyatta before, to provide evidence to the ICC to successfully prosecute him? It's not going to work. Where does that leave us? That we need and have to set up local mechanisms and institutions that will help us adjudicate our political and economic contradictions. Reliance on external actors, ICC, and those kind of institutions is completely futile. And history has shown that you go nowhere. Because in any case, as I learned, Hillary, the ICC is meant for failed states. So it's an admission that we are a failed state or a banana republic, if you wish. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shial. We really respect your submissions always. Joe Wakashiko, can you hear us now? I've been
Yeah,
trying to add
I can
you.
hear you.
Okay, man. You have 2 minutes to go because we're ending up at the top of the hour. And all these people and the speaker want to speak. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I'll be brief, 2 minutes. I want to start by saying that as Kenyans, it is our duty to disobey these unjust laws that the government or parliament keeps churning. We have a 2024 bill that is in the Senate that seeks to extend the term of senators, MPs, MCAs, even governors, and from even the president from 5 years to 7 years. And they are seeking the public participation, and they are trying to rush this through parliament. So it is our duty to oppose it. They have no right to run such a bill without, doing it through a referendum. And they will try. And I think this is why they are trying to attack, or to seem to attack, the judiciary. So the judiciary does not interfere in an attempt to self-preserve the members of the judiciary, or the members of the highest court. In an attempt to self-preservation, they may let this one go through, but give us some other many meaningless victories. I also wanted to say that we, as Kenyans, we need to stick to the plan. We started well, even though we've suffered some setbacks. We need to stick to the plan that we had. The plan was to stay united. We owned the game and we owned the field. We need to continue with this game in our own field. We need to stop being dragged out to the arena of the politicians. It is an arena of the absurd. We had a winning strategy. We were always calling them truth to power, and it's not been a long time. It's just been a few months since June the 25th. We need to continue organizing. We need to continue injecting, but we need to do this in our own theater, in our own time, in our own terms. Our patriots who have passed on since then, they did not die in vain, and let us honor their death by continuing this fight. We have this. We have to honor them by making sure that William Ruto is a one-term, or if we can say a half-term president. He doesn't have to finish this term until 2027. There were so many 27ers on this space. People who do not envision that we can get William Ruto and this regime out now. I am sure that Reuben Kigame and most of you who are Christians, you know the verse that says that now is the time for your salvation. Now is the time that we need to save our country. We don't need to wait until 2027. Most of the people who keep talking about 27, some of them are state operatives. Some of them are the apologists of the status quo. Our people are suffering now, and they need solution to that of suffering now. Our unemployment rates in Kenya right now is at over 76%. We cannot even depend on the numbers that that they are putting out right now. It's probably over 80%. We cannot wait with 76% unemployed youth until 2027. We need a solution now. We need to be a now kind of people. We need to stop looking forward to 2027. We are not our parents. We are capable of getting the change that we want now. The government of Kenya has been making moves, in spite of the moves that you're making. It has delayed IEBC reconstitution. It is recruiting foreigners. We've seen foreigners from Uganda and Burundi come when we have Maandamano, and they are busy shooting down our people. They are busy registering Somalis from Dadaab. And I'm not trying to be xenophobic, but they do have a game plan. And the game plan is to make sure that a lot of us, the 23.5% of Kenyans who are online, that most of the youth of Kenya, that they do not get registered as voters. It is an attempt at gerrymandering. They are making sure that our people don't get IDs. They have monetized the ID process by making it expensive and out of reach for our kids or our 18-year-olds. But we need to stick to the plan. We need to tell our young people that form the ID, get that ID, register to vote. We need to stop engaging them online when they bring up these garbage candidates. When they bring someone like Kalonzo Musyoka, who he served as the secretary of KANU, and under KANU since 1980, KANU was killing people, disappearing people. What difference is he going to bring? He's been in politics for that long. Or someone like Matiang'i. People are being...
Joe,
All right,
land, bro.
all right. I know I stepped on some live wires. But we need not to engage them when they bring these personality cult politicians. We have better Kenyans. We have better candidates with no bones in their closets. So we need candidates to engage with candidates who are going to be of the interest of the people. Right now, the state has also has hired gangsters, people like Kabogo. We need to deplatform these politicians like the way we were doing it last year. We need to get them out of our pulpits and worship spaces. Uh, we need the Kenyans to make sure that our politicians, they respect our worship places, and we need to guard them jealously. I think I should continue this next week. I had
Yes,
issues
sir.
with with connections earlier. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to engage today. But as I wind up, Hillary, I want to encourage Kenyans to engage with candidates who have the youth agenda, candidates who are going to provide employment for our youth. We need whoever is going to solve that 76% unemployment. He should get our vote.
Thank
Candidates
you.
with the industrialization of Kenya, who has a plan for industrializing Kenya. Candidates who have a plan to put money in the pockets of Kenyans. And candidates who have no bones in their closet or who have a history of fighting for the people of Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Joe, for coming and also for accepting Mike. I know you are having connection issues, so it's just time is up, and we're trying to... Academia, 1 minute, please, if you allow me. Then the book, we go in that order. Then Milton, then Reuben Kigame to close the space today. Go ahead, Academia.
Asante, Larry. I think anybody telling us to wait for the foreigners or the white man to help us, that is nullity. It is not going to work. If it does not work for over 60 years, it is not going to work in a year. And I always maintain that we can't beat these people at the ballot with the current system. We are the same people attending rallies in millions. So you can't tell me that people who attend those rallies are the same people who are coming to say that they cannot vote for those people. That is paradox. And it's a very paradoxical kind of statement to make. So let us accept the reality that for now, things are a bit difficult, but there is possibility that you can do something. So I always go straight to to the solutions. One, let us make sure that we can elect MPs. MCA, MPs, governor, we can do. But when it's come to presidency, it's a little bit tricky for now. So let us start with things that we can do. But if we sit back and claim that 2027 there is a wave that can sweep the entire system, and then we get what we want, that is null and void. We can't do it. That's the reality. So let us not just be optimistic for things that cannot work for the time. So adopt what can work for us now, and then we change later on. We cannot change everything over 60 years at the same time. Possibility is there, but very minimal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Academia. I want to report that my friend Dolphin, she was here. She's saying that for the almost 2 weeks, she's been being followed by the Subaru 2 weeks. Can we pray for her? She's been followed several times, and she doesn't know what is happening. She's called Dolphin. She was here. And I think sometimes I gave her mic to talk. She just wrote there. She retweeted, let us pray for her. And so many people, they are being followed with this regime. Many people will lose their life. Let us stand for them. and let us call out all these things. Dr. Milton, are you here before I give Booker?
Yes, I am. Hillary, I think mine is going to be very, very simple. In conclusion, we have diagnosed the problem. We know what it is that we need to do, what is important, and we must not lose sight of this. We are being thrown squirrels and porcupines to distract us in the name of bloggers who are trying to skew the narrative. We are also being thrown antelopes along the way while we are pursuing the elephant. We must not fall for that. We must remain consistent, and the message that is unwavering is this: that William Ruto obtained power by false pretense. The Kenyan people must deal with him from that perspective, that he lied, he misinformed Kenyans, he deceived Kenyans, and therefore he can never be trusted. If he could not, if you cannot take his word as president, tell me how you're going to trust anything that is associated with him. That is number one. We must remain focused and steadfast. There is something I want to say, and I'm glad. I don't know whether he's still here, but I saw him here. Senator Cherargei, I saw he was here, and looks like
He
he has
dropped.
left. I wanted to address this directly to him.
Yeah, in
That
1 minute, bro. In 1 minute. Yeah.
Yeah, no, no, no. I wanted to address it to him, but I'm not going to speak the same way. But
Okay.
I'm just winding up my submission and saying we must continue to mobilize our people. We must be able to remind Kenyans that the duty to liberate the country from this cartel of thieves led by William Ruto has to be urgent business. We need to mobilize at the villages. We need to speak to our people when they are watching football, whenever it is going on, like Manchester United playing right now. We need to be telling our people tuende viwanjani, game za Kenya Premier League zinapochezwa, tuende makanisani, watu wanapokuwa pale, tuende sokoni, watu wanapokuwa pale, jobless corners, watu wanapocheza draft na kadi na nini. Let us be there to tell our people that time is now, and people must resist the invitation to go listen to these thieves addressing them from the top of their cars. And those are cars that we are fueling for with our money. And the other thing is, if you can begin to speak to one person, each one of us, we will convert many more people every week as we prepare for the big revolution, because the revolution is coming and 2025 is the year. A lucha continua, viva. God bless you. God bless you.
Thank you, Booker. You're closing
Yeah,
remarks,
Hillary,
bro. Yeah.
thank you for hosting this space. I just have two important points. Is that we are struggling to finish our independence, and that our problem is more systemic than lack of people who can efficiently lead the Kenyan state. That what is enshrined in the 2010 constitution is that the Kenyan national project must be returned back to the Kenyan people. So the main contradictions in the Kenyan society is that we have a group of multinationals and foreign governments that want to scavenger our country and steal our resources, but they cannot colonize us directly. So they recruit their puppets to actually manage the national economy on their own behalf. And when these puppets do a good job, they actually make sure that these puppets like William Ruto can benefit on what we call the leaking basket effect. Most importantly, that we must have a revolutionary organization. We must have a revolutionary political party. And that is what we are struggling to build every day, to lead the processes that will dismantle the systemic and the structural issues that deals with the state, and then return back the Kenyan national project to the Kenyan people. On other contradictions of building the national economy, we will not be able to build the national economy if we have puppets that are still running the state. They will rather import sugar than building the sugar industries. They will rather import food than producing food. They will rather put land as a hoarding instrument other than diversifying land for production. They will rather talk of food security through GMOs and not deal with the land issues. So they are always reacting negatively to the Kenyan National Project. My rally call is that let us interrogate processes in a more honest way. And for those who seek leadership, must only seek leadership not for their own benefit, but to take the Kenyan National Project from a neo-colonial system to a sovereign republic. Now we are not a sovereign republic. Without economic independence, there is no sovereignty. Without sovereignty, there is no free men and women. So that is where we are as a country. So let us organize to break this neo-colonial system and have a free Kenya. Thank you very much, Hilary.
Thank you. God bless you. Yes, Reuben.
Thank you very much, Hilary. Let me just make some quick points and then request that we make a prayer for Dolphin. She's requested, so we better do it.
Yes, you pray. Yeah, after your
Okay,
remarks.
so the first thing I want to say is I want us all to be very clear with our thinking. Extremely clear. We need to see where we are going. And where we are going is the removal of this government and replacing it with a people-centered government. Immediately we know that that is what we want. We really, really must get rid of this defeatist, thinking and statements, that paint the picture that we cannot remove Ruto in 2027. In fact, they are projecting 2027. We can remove him now, actually. And so this piecemeal thinking that let's first of all deal with MCAs and MPs and all this, and then, because it's so hard to remove it. This is grasshopper thinking that, Joshua says it's not acceptable. And I can't buy it. I mean, if I was to buy that kind of thinking, I would say, okay, let's not face this system now. We've been facing even Uhuru's system before. So what if we just sat there? And that's why we stood in 2022. Because some of us that are saying we wait don't want to risk. I mean, even running for office is so risky. Our lives are always in danger. But we've counted the cost. So I do not want to be sold fear or impossibility. I will not take it. I won't. I cannot and won't take fear, and I will not take anything less than a systemic change led by people that are on fire for a total reboot. So mimi sitanunua uoga, na mimi sinunui ile nusu ya kusema kwanza tubadilishe viti fulani alafu Ruto baadaye. I want him to be the first one to go. That is point blank, and I hope everyone on this space knows, whether you are in NIS, whether you are in government, whether you are wherever you are hearing me tonight, I want Ruto to be the first one to go. Now, the second thing, I don't want us to be caught up in imagining that it is either the economy or the politics, or it's this before the other. Everything is wrong in Kenya. And you cannot talk about fixing the politics without fixing the economy. Because when you talk about the abuse of power, they're abusing the economy, actually. They're stealing from you. So it's concurrent. Everything must work together. We must have every hand on deck and every thinking on deck.
So there is nothing like that we are putting something before, the cart before the horse. How do we engage any of these things without organizing ourselves? So you cannot say we will organize ourselves after we remove Ruto. How do you remove Ruto without organizing? How do you address the issue of, registering young people and being blocked, or the invasion by foreigners coming to register here? If we're not organized to speak as one voice, can Kigame by himself do that? No. Can Buka by himself do that? No. Can a space like this do that? No. We need to come together and address these issues as one. So it's not either or. No. And the last thing I'll say, we need to be each other's keeper. The abductions may continue, but we need to be each other's keeper. And if you see an abduction taking place, yes, it's important to take a clip and so on, so that you can say so and so was abducted. But can we do better and prevent that abduction from taking place? We can't just make abductions as news. We need to be able to follow up, gang up 1,000 people and surround that Subaru. Kwani? So I get a bit uneasy when we just become reporters of what is going on. And that's what's going on even in our WhatsApp groups. This thing happened today, this one, the other one, have you heard of this? Exchanging forwards will not help us. So we need to come together. We will begin as 10, 20, 30 people that are so, clear in vision, and we will get this thing done. I want to thank you again, Hillary, for creating the environment for us to discuss. And if you forget everything else, then just remember, Reuben Kigame is against the system, and those that are in the system, we want a fresh start. So, can I pray now?
You pray for pray for Dolphin and for the
Yes.
family of Richard, and also other comrades who were
Yes, of course.
killed. Remember them in the prayers as we pray for the family. Otherwise, thank you so much, guys, for joining. And every Sunday we are here at 7 p.m. Don't fail to come in as we air our issues. And this is the way, and this is the where we must talk as a family. Thank you so much, Honorable Kigame.
Let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for according us such a time to talk with one another. Lord, we are in need, and we ask that you will come down and help us. You have done it before. You helped those that were in Egypt, and you got them out into the promised land. You have helped us before in so many different ways. In 2002, you helped us as a country to remove a system that everybody said could never be removed. We are counting on you, Lord, and your grace and your mercy and your assistance at this hour. Lord, our economy is in bad shape. People are hungry. Lord, we cannot even help everybody we wish to help. We are asking that you will speed up the rebirth of a new Kenya, where there is abundance for everyone. Lord, we pray for Dolphin and the many that are in fear, running away because they're being tracked, being hounded like evildoers. Oh God, I'm praying that you'll bring this madness to a stop. And we're praying that, Lord, you'll give us a country where we don't have to ever, ever go back to this kind of madness. We're praying that, Lord, you'll dismantle this schizophrenic system. They are paranoid. They're sick. I pray you'll remove them from office for us. and give us a fresh start. I pray for confusion, for a scattering, for total destruction of those that are destroying the people. And I pray that you surround Dolphin and the rest that are in fear and encourage them and protect them from danger. And Lord, I also pray for comfort on Richard's family and the families of many, many others that have lost loved ones because of a herodic system. Lord, I pray for your peace and provision and comfort. And I pray that you will surround them all with your love and take away the fear. Lord, I want to pray for our friends that are out of the country as they work so hard to put food on the table and to make ends meet, that you also minister to them and help them in their circumstances, and then help them to come back home or contribute in some other ways for the liberation of this country. And thank you for Hillary and the generosity that he has given all of us to be able to air these views. And thank you for everyone on the space tonight. We ask that you will bless us all as we rest or go about the rest of the days in view of our time differences. And we ask this in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much. That is powerful, guys. See you on Sunday. And we have said that, Richard, we are planning to do a contribution towards his burial and the family, the children that are there. Come on board. When we say to bring 10 bob, 20 bob, we are going to do that this week, and we see how we can help that comrade. Thank you so much, guys. We really appreciate you as Pressure Point. Keep it alive. Follow each other all the time. Let us keep our conversation more focused on where we're going, and what we can do. God bless you. Have a blessed night, a blessed day, morning, or no matter the time that you are in. Thank you. Bye for now.